drink. Now, born in 1912, Clifty, Arkansas. You showed up in Pittsburgh, going to make the team. Somebody there gave you the nickname Arky, I guarantee it. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, the outfield. And, these are the good ones. The outfield. We'll be back in a flash.
Leave me alone. I'm a happily married man.
There's no way you're happy. You have 2 kids. Your wife is a disaster. I'm going to take matters into my own hands. I will show her this. She will divorce you. You will become my brother forever.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. AL MVP Shohei Ohtani was not only a great hitter in 2021, but also a solid pitcher. A stat to show this is that in high-leverage situations, Ohtani had the highest OPS as a hitter, and he held hitters to the lowest OPS as a pitcher. This means that Shohei was the clutchest hitter and pitcher.
George Edward Rube Waddell may have been the strangest man ever to play in the big leagues. A farmer's son from Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. He possessed a fastball fearsome enough and a curve wicked enough to lead the American League in strikeouts for 6 straight years and to outpitch Cy Young for 20 innings. But it was his personality that most people remembered. He poured ice water on his arm before he pitched because he said otherwise he'd burn up the catcher's glove. And when he won a game, he sometimes turned cartwheels on the mound. He drank too much. The Sporting News called him the Southpaw, and he couldn't quite remember how many women he'd married. Between seasons, Waddell wrestled alligators and toured in a vaudeville melodrama, The Stain of Guilt. On the field, his attention tended to wander. Opponents could break his concentration by holding up puppies or bright, shiny toys. He loved fires, and when a fire bell clanged, he had to be restrained from leaving the game to chase the fire engine. Exasperated teammates and opposing players never knew what he'd do next, but fans loved him.
All right, let's get into that outfield, the legendary outfield that no one talks about enough. And look, if you're talking about that time period, you obviously have to talk about Ty Cobb. He was arguably the greatest player to ever put on spikes. You can put him right up there, 1 and 1A with Babe Ruth. I mean, Ty Cobb, he's not really where I was going, but if for some strange reason you don't know or the conversation leans into someone who doesn't know how damn good Ty Cobb is. It's the highest batting average of all time in Major League Baseball. He had 1,944 RBI. This was the time period he played in the dead ball era, and he's smacking the ball around. He had 2,245 runs scored in the dead ball era. He started playing in 1905. He finished playing in 1928. 24-year career. Played most of it with the Detroit Tigers. Nicknamed the Georgia Peach from Narrows, Georgia. And, of course, there's always a lot of debate on whether or not most reports in the beginning always talked about how he was a known racist, and now there's other reports that have come back that have combated that, and they've gone back and forth. I don't get into it because you got to look at the time period he grew up. I wouldn't be shocked one way or the other. And I just say, look, I'm going off the player, because no matter what player, what sport, what creed, what race, you're probably going to have some dudes that didn't think the way we think today. And that's on both sides, and it is what it is. You got to talk about the game itself. You want to talk about the best people and whatnot, that's a different show, and we'd love to get into that one day as well. But right now we're talking about, I mean, this guy, and here's the craziest thing about it. So you hear all that, 117 home runs, but, dead ball era really good, but honestly, that he wasn't a home run hitter, wasn't known for a home run hitter. He was the leading stolen base king for years, and years and years and years, 897. That was unheard of. I mean, this guy went out and scored in the dead ball era. He had years of stealing not just 53, but 76, 83, 96, 68, 55. This is back when the catcher was only there to rifle the ball. They didn't care if the catcher could hit a lick. He was there to make sure that the ball didn't get past him and that his arm was elite. I mean, this guy was, even in 1927, the end of his career, this guy's about 40 years old and goes out and steals 22. Unbelievable. Now, he never hit more than 12 home runs in a season, but like I said, first part of his career, it wasn't till the twilight of his career that they started using tightly wound new baseballs on the regular. He had over 200 hits 6 times. But I don't really want to put him on the list because he's just a given. And if you don't know, you know now. And if anybody ever tries to argue with you how great Ty Cobb is, laugh and get you a cold one. Pete Rose would be the obvious outfielder that belongs in the Hall of Fame. And it's just one of those things that, man, it's enough. It's enough already. Put him in. It's enough. We've had enough. No more do I want to hear about how you don't think that so-and-so belongs in the Hall of Fame because of transgression from 40 years ago. So to me, he's done his time. And that's where we're starting off with our first guy who's definitely done his time, Shoeless Joe Jackson. Put Shoeless Joe in the Hall of Fame. It's enough. But we don't talk about him enough because he didn't get put in the Hall of Fame. And we don't talk about it enough because he was a part of the gambling conspiracy. And we don't talk about him enough because you're not supposed to talk about the guy that was involved in it. But everything points to he didn't have any kind of knowledge, or let me put it this way, his hands weren't dirty. He had the highest batting average in the series. You look at the entire thing, they say he never even took any money. And then he tried to go to the owner, Comiskey, to tell him about it, and Comiskey didn't want to hear it. And then they get tried, they get acquitted, and then Judge Landis comes in and throws them all out. He threw them all out because he's trying to save the game, didn't want everyone to, I get that part of it. And Shoeless Joe Jackson probably should have been kicked out because he was a part of the conspiracy. He just never actually conspired, never made any money off of it, and never actually but he knew about it. But the fact that Comiskey never took him seriously and turned him down several times, and when he signed the agreement that essentially got him kicked out of baseball, he did it without his wife being there. His wife was there for every signature because Shoeless Joe Jackson couldn't read or write. And she was there to read and say, hey. So they took advantage of the guy. You know, he was known as just a good old Southern boy, but the people that saw him play and wrote about him and talked about him years later, they still say to this day, best outfielder they ever saw. And it's not particularly close. Now, did those people see Ty Cobb in their prime? Probably. Ty Cobb used to refer to Shoeless Joe as the best he ever saw. And Ty Cobb had an ego. Ty Cobb is not a guy that would sit there and just give accolades. So when you look at that and you realize that Shoeless Joe Jackson is just an unbelievable player on so many levels, I don't think we talk about him enough. Shoeless Joe Jackson, just to give you a quick rundown on it, and then we'll move to the next guy. Shoeless Joe Jackson, everybody always knows about. Yes, the average baseball fan, all they know is he got kicked out. But what else do they know other than the fact that he played for the White Sox, right? Well, he started with Cleveland. Imagine that. He was on the team with the Naps. Nap La Jolla. He got traded over to the White Sox down the road, but Shoeless Joe Jackson, for this alone, his OPS plus, you've heard me mention the numbers, 135 is damn good. 100 is looked upon as average. His OPS plus was 170 for his career. 940 OPS. Now realize it was shortened because it was only a 13-year career because he got ousted. He still finished with 1,700 hits, almost 1,800 hits. He would have most definitely had 3,000 hits. His batting average lifetime, one of the highest ever, 356. .356 and was clubbing the ball. He was really starting to pick up the power game. In 1920, he had 12. It was the most in his career. That was around the time that Babe Ruth came along and they started tightening the balls, et cetera, et cetera. There's no telling what his numbers would have been at the end. Shoeless Joe Jackson, get him in and get him in now. Enough is enough, him and Pete Rose. Tris Speaker, the Gray Eagle, one of the greats of all time. We don't talk about him enough. They called him the Gray Eagle because his hair went gray went white at a pretty early age, and they said that nobody. Now this is that time period. We all saw Andrew Jones, a little different, but that was that time period. He said that nobody could ball hawk like Tris Speaker. And the term was, it's where triples went to die, was talking about Tris Speaker's glove. Tris Speaker played for Boston, the Boston Red Sox from 07 until 15. Then he played for the Cleveland, then Indians, along with Chief Bender, until 1926, and he finished it up in 27 and 28, going back to the Philadelphia Athletics at the end of his career. He also played for the Washington Senators. But this guy, Speaker, Tris Speaker, 158 OPS. And he's looked upon as arguably the best of his generation. That just tells you how damn good Shoeless Joe Jackson was. He had a .928 slug in a time period where you didn't slug. He had a lifetime batting average of .345. I mean, we don't talk about these guys enough. Next guy in the outfield I'm putting out there is another guy that, I mean, I think your diehard fans would quickly concede and jump in on those two first guys, and obviously Ty Cobb. This is a guy that never gets talked about, and it's really a shame. And maybe it's because he played just way too early for people to understand his greatness. And he was in the same damn outfield as Ty Cobb. It's unbelievable that they didn't just go on a slew of like 9 championships in a row in Detroit. Detroit Tigers had a team. Sam Crawford from Wahoo, Nebraska, was looked upon as one of the greatest of all time. Now, he played just before the turn of the century. That was his first year. And he played, first of all, a 2-time home run leader, not a big deal at the time. No one really cared about the home runs. They really didn't. 3-time AL RBI leader. Major League Baseball record for career triples with 309. Imagine that. Man, most guys get like maybe 3 or 4 in a season. And you got to be fast. He had 309. He had 97 home runs. You wonder how many of those would have been home runs in real stadiums, right? And obviously he's a Hall of Famer, but we don't talk about Sam Crawford enough. It's insane how he's been overlooked in the annals of history. People start rattling off names, they don't even think about Sam Crawford. His OPS plus 144. Just shy of 3,000 hits. 2961. And that's saying something, because in 1899, 1900, that time period, it was hard to get hits. The ball didn't fly very far, so the defenses were jammed down your throat. The balls didn't fly very far because, first of all, most of them were poorly constructed, and then by the 4th or 5th inning, they had goop and everything else on it. It was like hitting a freaking wet sleeping bag. So, I mean, the fact that he had that many hits, he pretty much played his entire career without the advantages that the other guys. He just missed the next era where all the equipment and the stadiums and everything were much better. 309, man, that is just. I don't know. I don't think anyone will ever break that record. No one ever talks about that. No one ever talks about Sam Crawford all-time triples record because they're so rare in today's game. You're like, oh, who the hell's ever going to? It's just like the Cy Young. Cy Young would obviously lead the pack when we talk about the greatest pitchers that are. But who the hell doesn't talk about Cy Young? The guy's got an award named after him. So that's where we will finish up here with Cy Young, and we're just going to come in on the chop. Not even going to go to break on this one. Greatest pitchers of all time. And obviously, look, Cy Young, you realize, I don't have it in front of me, but I think he got in on the ballot 76% of the vote. It was not a foregone conclusion that he was the greatest of the greats, but the reason why he ends up with the award named after him is because of 511 wins in his career. He also had 315 losses. The dude pitched practically every day. He started pitching in 1890. He pitched all the way to 1911. But he pitched in an era where you pitched more often than not. Just to give you an example, his first few seasons, he was 27 wins. Oh, wow. But he had 22 losses. 36 wins, 12 losses. Now that's elite. 33-16. But then he goes 26-21. He did have some elite years, the 35-10 year, much farther down the line, 33-10, 32-11, 28-9. But he also had a lot of years where not so much. So a lot of people always focus on the fact that he had so many losses, and that's why he got in. But the vote barely got it. It's also because he was at the very beginning, and it was very difficult to get in because they were cramming everyone on the ballot, and you're like, okay, I got the all-timers. Who the hell do I leave off? So that's got a lot to do with it, too. I would have loved to have been – wouldn't you have loved to have been able to – you could have created sports talk radio back then. You could have. Radio was kicking. Just no one really thought about that. But you could have got on there and go, what are you, nuts? Yeah, same, yeah. I don't know what the vernacular would have been in 1937. But it would have been something about, I don't know. You could have called someone actually, I don't know what the terminology was, so I'll give that a rest. But just think of your old-time terminology. You could throw it out there on Sports Talk Radio, 1937. You're going to jam me up, guy. Yeah, you see? You're over here trying. All right. Let's get into the guys that we are going to put on there. I already named Chief Bender. Kind of tease that. He's going on there, man. He had a team named after him. Forget about it. You know, Chief Bender is a guy that it's a little absurd that you don't talk about him. He finished with 212 wins and 127 losses. A solid career. But the fact he's a three-time World Series champion. He did pitch a no-hitter. And he is in the Baseball Hall of Fame, but no one ever talks about him. He was revered. The people loved him. They named the team after him. And we don't talk about Chief Bender. We don't talk about Kid Nichols. Most folks probably never even heard of him, but we don't talk about Kid Nichols. Kid Nichols played for the Boston Bean Eaters, which are the Boston Braves, which are the Atlanta Braves. He's one of us. He was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1949, so pretty early on. You got to realize they're only putting a handful of these guys in every year. They started in 37, and Kid Nichols got in pretty quickly. And let's do the math here. Oh, cool. He was actually alive to see him to get in. He died at the age of 83 in 1953, but he was able to live long enough to see himself in the Hall of Fame. Think about how many guys died just not even knowing there was going to be a Hall of Fame that started baseball. The Pioneers. Played for the Cardinals in 04 and 05 and Philadelphia Phillies in 05 and 06, but he was a Brave. That was the main thing he was known for, and he was a part of all those pennant winners. 362 wins. What? 362 wins. What? We don't talk about him. A 2.96 career ERA. Granted, most of it was in the dead ball era. Here's a big number, and it's not nearly impressive enough. Well, even this way, it's an extremely impressive number, but it's not going to impress you enough because you're going to hear, as a common baseball fan, 1,881 strikeouts. Big whoopity do. Look at all the strikeouts that all the other guys have gotten. Nolan Ryan's got over 5,000. He didn't pitch in that era. You didn't strike out in that era. You did not strike out in that era. If you struck out in that era, it was an embarrassment. And he got almost 2,000. That's crazy. So he's a guy, Kid Nichols, that hardly anybody ever talks about, but Kid Nichols supposedly could sling it. And one of the greats of all times. We never talk about him. Walter Johnson, the big train, you got to mention him. Walter Johnson, in the, we'll just call it the pre-television era, is the greatest pitcher of all time, according to most. He did finally get himself a World Series in 1924. It was the one thing that was kind of needed to seal his legacy. Listen to this nonsense. And we don't talk about him enough, the big train. You could talk about it every day till the day you die. You didn't talk about him enough. 2-time AL MVP, a pitcher. And remember back then they didn't have the Cy Young Award. Back then they only gave out one MVP. So he was the MVP of the whole damn league. 3-time Triple Crown in pitching. 6-time AL wins leader. Won 4 in a row. 5-time AL ERA leader. 12-time AL strikeout leader. And he did pitch a no-hitter. Those were very rare, or more rare back then, because, once again, guys didn't strike out. MLB record, this is the one that is never going to get, it'll never get touched. 112 career strikeouts. I can't do that enough justice. 112 shutouts. 112 shutouts in his career. What? I don't know if we'll ever see another guy have 110 career, not just complete games, shutouts. Will we ever see another guy have 110 career, quality starts? They don't hardly go 6 innings anymore. Unbelievable. Christy Mathewson, the next guy. Kind of running out of time here, so we're going to kind of fly through the last few. Christy Mathewson, I know I've talked about him in length before. He's one of my favorites of all time. Called him the Christian gentleman. He was one of the reasons why tobacco cards became bubblegum cards. He refused to have his likeness in tobacco cards. He didn't want kids chewing tobacco, smoking tobacco, buying his cards in the early 1900s because kids adored this guy. Two-time World Series champion, two-time Triple Crown winner, four-time NL wins leader, five-time National League ERA leader, five-time National League strikeout leader, two no-hitters, back in the days when you didn't throw no-hitters. And he was a part of the original Hall of Fame induction class as well in 1936. 90.7% of the vote. There was never a question. 373 wins. A 2.13 ERA. Now, granted, he pitched in the dead ball era, but still, what? A 2.13 ERA, and he had 2,500 strikeouts. And that was unheard of. Walter Johnson, by the way, had 3,500 strikeouts, which is just ridiculous at that time. And his ERA was 2.17. I think I forgot to mention that. 417 wins, too. 279 losses. Walter Johnson pitched in a time where you went out all the time until your arm fell off. I think that's probably a good place to stop. We'll go ahead and stop it there. But I thought that would be a fun thing, and I hope you all enjoyed the Once Upon a Pastime series. And I hope you all enjoy it, and I hope you all have a good day, and we'll do more of this stuff down the road. Y'all have a great day. Talk more about the guys, the pioneers of baseball. That's what I'm hoping to leave you with today.
You go 14 times and only win one time. It leaves a little sting. But I've said this. I know it's going to sound weird, but I've said this. If I had to go back to the future and know what the results were going to be and trade with the Marlins, who won twice and only went twice, I wouldn't do it. At the 14 times, still thinking that maybe fate might change. Going 14 years in a row is pretty incredible.
Armchair.
It is
talk about the team, the myth, the legend that was the Atlanta Braves, a team that, an era, the Bobby Cox era, I guess is how I should put it. This team won 14 divisions in a row, but we only got the one World Series. We won the pennant in 91. We won the pennant in 92. We won the pennant and the World Series in 95. And then, of course, 96, we won the pennant. And 97, we came close. 98, we came close. 99, we won the pennant and lost the World Series. And then the Bobby Cox era finished off with the division titles, but never won another World Series. And the pennant's dried up as well. And one of the things that I always like to point to when people are talking about the Braves, and this got brought up. I actually had a listener that requested this in this Once Upon a Pastime series. We've done some other stuff, and they said, hey, what about talking about the Bobby Cox era? I believe the big reason why this was brought up because of that song 98 Braves. If you haven't heard it, Morgan Wallen made a song called the 98 Braves or 98. I'm not 100% sure the name of the song. I have heard it a handful of times. It's a good song. But after it was released and after I listened to it, and though it's a good song and I get it, I felt like that they pointed to the wrong season of the one that got away. So this is going to be our 6-pack to go today. Kind of a 6-pack of tall boys because we're going to dive into this. Of the 96 Braves, the 98 Braves, and other teams. Obviously, we're going to talk about the 95 Braves. This is the Once Upon a Pastime series of the best 5 Braves teams of the Cox era that didn't win it. We're going to start off talking about the 95 Braves because they did win it. And because they did win it, we're going to lead off with them, and then we're going to go and talk about teams. So obviously the 95 Braves who won it, you got to put them number 1, but then we're going to go 6 through 2, counting upward, on who were the best teams that never won it. And there's a lot of different factors that I went off on this, but when it's all said and done, this is my list, and I'm going to stick by it. This is the Bobby Cox era teams that made the playoffs but did not win at all. So when you talk about the 1995 Braves, it was a big season in Major League Baseball because we were coming straight off the strike. And for Braves country, it brought us back. And that's what a lot of folks who are not Braves fans did not kind of grasp on how we could come back so quick. Well, when your team's that good and they're winning and it's fun again, yeah, at the beginning, you're still burned by it, but a lot of us came back by at least the end of the summer going, man, this team's got a chance. This team has a real chance. This team can go out and they can maybe do what the other teams couldn't do. You know, some notable transactions, realize the season itself. And by the way, it was the 125th season of the franchise. 30th in the city of Atlanta. Still hadn't won a World Series. It was a strike-shortened season. We only played 144 that year. But it was the best in the National League. And for the 6th straight season, the team was managed by Bobby Cox. And we started off. Does this not sound familiar with Atlanta Braves today? And Atlanta Braves, we started off kind of slow. We were 20-17, and then June 4th, behind the Phillies, behind the Expos, and we'll get into the 94 team in a bit, but the Expos and the Phillies were playing good baseball. Remember, the Phillies had knocked us out in 93 to go to the World Series. We were newly division rivals at that time. And the Expos led the NL East the year before. Though I still contend the Braves would have beaten them in the playoffs. And I think they would have caught them. They were only 6 back, and there were several games to go. But the overview of that 95 team, we beat the Rockies in the NL Division Series 3-1. Remember, that was the first time the wild card got introduced. Then we go into the NLCS, and everyone thought the Cincinnati Reds that year had a very good chance of at least giving us a good series, and we swept them. I was at Game 3 in Cincinnati. I was living in northern Middle Tennessee, and the girl I was dating at the time and my roommate, the three of us decided that the next day, let's go. We were listening to the broadcast from Game 2 and kept hearing about how there were empty seats all throughout the Cincinnati Reds Stadium. Riverfront at the time. It was an old football stadium. We got there, and then I kind of understood why people weren't excited to watch games in that stadium. It wasn't built for baseball. But it was weird that a city that was that big into baseball, that's a baseball city, Cincinnati. They had zero fan support that day. And maybe it's because they were already down 2-0 and they were going to kind of wait to see how it was. But I remember constant reports of 30,000 tickets available for Game 3. I said, let's go. Let's go watch it. And the biggest thing I remember about that was we had went to extras, and Javi Lopez hit a home run. I believe it was a 2-run shot. And the Braves won, and then we drove back to the just north of Nashville, is where I called home at the time, and we would go on to sweep that series. So I'm all in. I'm really, really jazzed up about the fact that we're going to the World Series, and I felt like this team could do it. Don't get me wrong, I had a lot of friends that had given up on baseball. They didn't care. But I had fallen in love with the sport by then. And really got into the whole weeds of who are we. I'd already started at that point. I'd already started, gathering information. You couldn't Google it like you could nowadays, but I was gathering information, books, anything I could get my hands on to teach me who the Braves were prior to my watching it, and then also, who were the Braves before they got to Atlanta. So I'd already gone all in on the Braves. Really ticked off at Tom Glavine because he was the team president, not the team. He was the players rep. I don't know if the term was president, but he was the Max Scherzer. Every time that you saw a press conference, he was out there. He was head of the Players Association for the players. And so I watched that whole thing in '94, the whole weeds of the strike, and just ticked off at Glavine. And I've said this before, but I got really ticked off later on when he left several years later to go play for the Mets for what was a minimal more amount for an entire contract. And I remember at the time I was doing a radio show in northern Nashville, and I remember going through it and basically breaking down how stupid of a deal it was. And people would call in and say, "Oh, are you nuts? You would take the same." Like, no, I wouldn't, because at the time he took a minimal amount. I think it was like $200,000 or $300,000 more over the length of the contract. And my point was, if you stay in Atlanta and you invest your money, because I was using John Elway at the time as the template, because he had stayed in Denver his whole career, and he had all these car dealerships and whatnot. Like, you make a lot more money than that than going to New York and paying their ridiculous cost of living. And so, anyways, so Glavine stuck in my craw for a while. I have since let it go, and I know he's come back and said down the road that he believes he made a mistake, that they made a mistake. And I get that at the time, but my point at the time was I was younger than you, and I knew you were making a mistake, so I was ticked off about that. But that's not what this show is about. This show is about how damn good that 95 team was. The 1995 team, 90 wins and 54 losses. That doesn't jump out at you, but remember, we lost, 16 games? And at that rate, that probably would have been a 100-win team. In all likelihood, we would have finished somewhere in the neighborhood of 100, 102 wins. And we go out and beat the Indians, and Tom Glavine's the one that slammed the door. So that started the healing process with me, and it wasn't until he left to go to the Mets that it just basically opened up a new wound, or opened up an old wound, I guess. But we get 95, we get the ring, and I'm like, thank God, because when I was a kid growing up in the early 80s, I didn't think this team was ever capable of winning the World Series. Stuck with them through thick and thin. But I had not, first of all, I didn't know a lot about their history, but then the other thing is what I had seen. I saw them really good in 82 and then stink for a while. And you're like, my God, this team is just, and you're young and you're impatient. Like, this team sucks. And then you see it come full around. The only reason to watch them was the reason why I watched them essentially was because of Dale Murphy. Always. Now, I had a lot of other players that I loved, but Dale Murphy brought me to the sets in the 80s. The Winds brought everyone to the sets in the 90s. So that's the best team, and we could do an entire episode on that 95 team, but today we're going to talk about the others. And so who is my number 6 team? So it's a 6-pack. 95 Braves are at the top, and now I'm going 6 through 2. And the number 6 team is it is the team that the song was made of. And this is why I say that I think that solid song, but I think I would love it a lot more if they would have picked a team that really could have won it, really should have been there. And I've got one in mind that I'll hit at the end. And it's basically the number 2 team. And I would even take it to the number 3. I would have taken the number 4 team on this list and just shut up and moved on. But the 98 team, the one thing you cannot take away from the Atlanta Braves in 98, they went 106-56. And maybe that's why the songwriter, whoever, I don't know who actually wrote the song for The Wall and Hit, but whoever the songwriter was, maybe that's why they went and grabbed. They said, you know what, this team made it to the NLCS. They had 106 games, one of the best regular seasons in the history of Braves baseball. Let's just grab them, right? Let's just grab them. Let's just go for that and just call it a day. And so, with all that being said, you go in here and you're like, all right, let's take a look at that team. Because I remember when the song came out, I was in shock that was the year. I was like, 98. And then I went back and looked. I go, yeah, that was a good team. But you know what my biggest memory of 98 team was? The biggest memory that I have of the 98 team was not being able to get base hits and key plays against those Padres. That Padre team was good. And then the biggest take that I took away from the 98 team in general, the 98 season, is how we could not get base hits and we could not find a way to piece together hits to beat the Padres. And then they go out and get smoked by the Yankees. And the 98 Yankees, remember, looked upon by a lot of folks as the best team to ever play Major League Baseball. You can never argue. That'd be, it's an impossible argument to win, but they're in the conversation. So when I think of the 98 Braves, I'm like, we would have never beaten that Yankees team anyway. So I cared then, but now I'm like, we never would have made it. That would have been a better twist on the song, right? I thought we were going to make it. For people who aren't familiar with the song, he's comparing it to his love with the girl, and I thought we were going to go the distance, and we didn't go the distance like the 98 Braves. Fill in the blanks. But would have been a better twist on the song is I thought we were going to go the distance like the 98 Braves, but we never really had a chance. We weren't hitting Kevin Brown, and if we would have hit Kevin Brown, we damn sure weren't hitting the 98 Yankees. 98 Yankees, they were one of the most efficient teams in the history of baseball. And, oh, we all hated him, right? But the hate comes from a ridiculous amount of respect and jealousy that our team wasn't that good. Because back then, the disparity in the money spent wasn't quite as great as it is now. Like, if you took the 2023 Mets, who were just dwarfing everybody in payroll, and had they gone out and won 120 games and swept through the World Series or anything like that, there'd be a lot of hate. But that's not how the 2023 Mets played out, right? So the 98 Braves, really good team. You know, when you look at the pitching staff, it was Maddox, it was Glavine, it was Denny Nagel, one of my favorite Braves players, just because I mimicked his train whistle when he came through. When he was traded to the Braves, he had a train. He was coming from the Pirates. He had mimicked a train whistle that I guess is a train that ran behind Three Rivers Stadium in Pittsburgh. And every once in a while, when I have a couple of spirits in me, I will let that train whistle fly. And my friends know that, D-Train's pulled into the station. But so I'm always going to be a Nagel guy, right? But Kevin Millwood, remember how good he was? My God. He went 17-8 that year. Maddox, 18-9. Glavine, 20-6. Was it Smoltz? Smoltz went 17-3. Jeez Louise, how did he not get more Cy Youngs? It was a little ridiculous, right? Maddox, 18-9 with a 2.22 ERA. I think Maddox would have had more Cy Youngs if people didn't just get Maddox fatigue. Remember, he'd won 4 in a row. And there came a point in time where they're like, we're not going to give it to you every year. You're going to have to be something special. You're going to have to go 30-0 for us to give it to you ever again. So, I mean, we had guys in the relief pen that a lot of people forget about. We had El Presidente in the relief role. Dennis Martinez. Rocker had not quite hit the scene as the closer, but John Rocker was a really good reliever. I mean, he was, what did he go? I see the 2.13 ERA, 38 innings. And this is a blast from the past. This is a guy you don't think about, but he was really good in 98. Kerry Lightenberg was our closer. Man, that was a fun team. And as far as the offense goes in 98, you know, you still had Javi behind the plate. You had Andres Galarraga, the big cat at first. I used to love to watch that guy hit oppos. Keith Lockhart was your second baseman. And though we loved Keith, that wasn't elite second base. Walt Weiss was the shortstop. We loved Weiss, but he wasn't elite, not offensively. Ryan Klesko was in left field. Andrew in center. Michael Tucker was your right fielder, typically. And then, of course, the great Chipper Jones, Hall of Famer, was manning the hot corner. But your bench was solid, too. We had Ozzie Guillen on the bench. I mean, think about the guys that were on this team. We had Gerald Williams, who was good in his own right, very good. He hit 305 that year. Tony Graffinino, one of my favorite players there, just because I used to love to say Tony Graffinino. I'd get in arguments with guys. You get off Tony Graffinino. That's my guy. Tony Graffinino, by the way, hit 211 that year. Anyways, Danny Bautista. Remember him? And so, you know, it goes on and on and on. Rafael Belliard. When you go through here's a guy I'd forgotten about, Randall Simon. Remember, that was the John Rocker controversy. He was talking about Randall Simon. We'll definitely do that in in a once upon a pastime. Mark DeRosa played a handful of games that year. So when you look at this team and you look at the how good it was very good. But I'm putting them at number 6. All right, let's go to the next one. Team that I have on our docket is the 1994 Braves. What? Season ended in a strike. To hell with them. Yeah, I know. I get it. But they were really good. And I don't know if the 94 Braves would have ever caught the Expos. But remember, the wild card was supposed to start anyways. Didn't start till 95 because of all the labor stoppage, but team would have made it into the playoffs. And we probably, the way it would have set up at the time, we would have faced because remember back then you faced the team in the division. Because they were trying to prevent two teams from basically the West Coast facing off in the CS because they didn't want those kind of ratings. Nowadays, all that's changed, but at the time, it would have been Braves versus Expos. And I felt like in a 5-game series, the Braves actually had the upper hand. We had a little better starting pitching. But the 94 Braves, that's one of those arguments that we can go into the weeds for a long, long time with. But the 94 Braves, this is what they did do. They were 68 and 46, and they really started catching fire towards the end. And though they only played 114 games, they were third in Major League Baseball in the record department. Now, a team that I did not put on this list that's one of my favorite teams, I just want to mention them real quick, are the team the year before, the 93 Braves, the ones that came back. It was the last great pennant race. And much like what we saw last year, when the Braves ran out of gas after catching the Giants, what we saw in the 2022 season, the Braves ran out of gas chasing down the Mets and faced the Phillies, and they faced the Phillies in 93. So it's really look, it's really weird that it would be 30 seasons later. But they ran out of gas and got beat by a lesser Phillies team in 2022. And they ran out of gas and lost to a lesser team in 1993. 1993 Phillies, they were a ragtag bunch that were fun for everybody to watch and pull for, but they were not better than the 93 Braves. And they went in and they gave the Blue Jays, and that was the famous Joe Carter home run, but they gave the Blue Jays actually a pretty good fight in the World Series. The 93 Braves would have beaten the 92. The 93 Braves would have beaten the 93 Blue Jays. They were built to beat them because they lost to the Blue Jays in 92. But back to the 94 Braves, I just think this team was really good. And though we were 6 back, we were 2.5 in front of the wild card, in front of the Astros and Mets. And we were about 500 against Montreal. We were 4-5. So like I said, it would have been nip and tuck, but I do believe the Braves would have beaten Montreal in the playoffs and would have went to the World Series. But this team, not a whole lot to go over with them because of the fact that there were no playoffs. But this team did have Deion Sanders. This team did have Roberto Kelly. They platooned out in the out in the center field. David Justice, Ryan Klesko, Terry Pendleton picking it at third. Terry Pendleton would go on to win the MVP the next year for the 95 Braves. I think I failed to mention it that 95 Braves, Maddox won the Cy Young, Glavine won the World Series MVP. But this team, Jeff Blauser. Remember Jeff Blauser? I was a huge Jeff Blauser guy. Because Blauser was there when we were stinky, and then he was there when we made the transition to very good. Same thing with Mark Lemke. We had Fred McGriff, the crime dog, one of my favorite players of all time. Man, was he on fire when he came over in the trade. Oh, my word. Braves rode those coattails that year. Javi Lopez behind the plate. And other guys. And, of course, this was the team that had Steve Avery and Kent Merker along with the big three in the rotation. I think those of us that were growing up at the time, like, we always think of those two guys being with the big three for a long time. They really weren't, as you'll see as we go through these different years. But it's a lot of fun to think about how good that team was. The team that, the player that they leaned on as far as the saves that year was actually Greg McMichael, though Mark Wohlers was the setup man. And you could see Mark Wohlers coming. You knew Mark Wohlers was going to be something. Of course, Mark Wohlers got the last out of the 95 series. Remember Bedrock, Steve Bedrosian? I was so happy when he came over to Atlanta because I loved his nickname, Bedrock. Followed his son for a while. He was in the Angels organization. I don't know where he is nowadays, but Mike Stanton, remember him? Very good reliever. Then we let him go to the dirty Yankees. What are we doing? What are we doing? When people ask me more and more about why did that team did not win more championships, there's one common denominator. And I know we didn't have the greatest offenses every year, but that was kind of the era. You didn't score a ton of runs. So it's not like the 2020 era Braves, the 2020s era Braves, where you have all this offense. The era, like, you could have picked apart a lot of the offenses in the days. We did not win because John Sherholtz never understood that he needed to make that bullpen the priority. They were always, because look, they looked at it as if you have Glavine, you have Maddox, you have Smoltz, and you have two more solid starters, you're going to run away with the division. And you're going to get in the playoffs. When you get in the playoffs, you got to find a way to win. And I think a lot of the thought process, too, was you can transition one of the guys into the bullpen, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The teams that dominated in the mid to late 90s and on through since understood, like the Yankees, understood you have to prioritize, the bullpen, because if not, you're not going to win the games late. And you usually have to have those late wins. It's going to be extremely rare for a team to cruise in the playoffs and the World Series and not needing a great bullpen. That's why, still to this day, it's my favorite saying of all time. Two most important things in life: a great friends and an even better bullpen. But this was a fun team. This team could play. And this team, when you looked at, it's unbelievable back then. You look at, in today's game, if you open up any year of recent memory, you get team pitching on Baseball Reference, and it's going to be a laundry list about the size of your arm. The guys that pitched in 1994, I'm using as an example, we had the five starters that averaged, 25 starts apiece for the big one. Smoltz only 21. And then you had Merker with 17. You had 5 bullpen guys and 3 other that were used sparingly. It's really amazing. Nowadays, it is literally like the size of your arm. Now, you had a handful that I haven't mentioned yet, but they were used. Extremely. Brad Woodall, Milt Hill, Greg Olson, Mike Bielecki. But that was the 94 team in a nutshell. Maddox won the Cy Young that year. And remember, he had just come over from the Cubs. And we were ready to rock. We were ready to roll. We were ready for the Atlanta Braves to make that run into the postseason. I could not wait. I was ecstatic. It was, pins and needles. Let's go. Come on, let's go. Let's win it. Let's do it all. Maddox had come over in 93, but remember that was the year that we just spit the bit. So we were chomping at the bit. What's it going to look like to get in the World Series? Because we didn't make it in 93. What was it going to be like to get Maddox, Glavine, and Smoltz in there? And we never got to see. We never got to see it, unfortunately. So that's the number 5 team. So number 6 was 98. Number 5 was 94. It's going to take a quick break. When we come back, the number 4 team, and a team that I think is still very dear to us all. Be back in a flash here on Braves Country, Once Upon a Pastime series.
They've given me less than 1 year to turn this place around. Forget about the way it used to be. This is not a damn democracy. We are in a state of emergency, and my word is law.
Don't miss a moment of heart-stopping NFL coverage on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Riggins. He's going to go all the way. Unless Blackwood can catch him, and he can't.
3rd and 3. We'll see a pickup sometime on the right side, possibly.
Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Clark caught it. Dwight Clark.
Only 12 seconds left to play third quarter. Here's Marcus Allen. Cutting back upfield, and Marcus Allen could be gone. 74 yards for Marcus Allen.
The quiet man of this football team, Scott Norwood. He can fire the shot heard round the world now. Here we go with 8 seconds to play. High drama here on the Super Bowl. But in the air, it's got the distance. Oh, goal!
2 last questions. The Combine, what was that experience like for you?
You don't know me, do you?
Huh?
You don't know me, do you? I never went to a Combine.
You didn't go to the Combine. How about the draft?
I never got drafted.
Then I don't. And I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Armchair.
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. And that's marvelous, but you can apply those same 3 criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back, and we are doing our Once Upon a Pastime series, one that I enjoy quite a bit. I hope you all are getting something out of it too. And this time it is the Braves, the best teams that never did it. If you assume that the 1995 team is the greatest because they did it, these are the ones that never did it. This is the Bobby Cox era, is how I should word that. So number 4. Number 6 was 98 team, 98 Braves. Number 5 was the 94 strike shortened season Braves. Number 4, 1991, the Atlanta Braves, and what they brought to the table. It was a magical team, and that one that I think we'll all cherish because, well, for one, it was worst to first. So no one even imagined going into the 91 season, if you were a Braves fan, any kind of a fan of Major League Baseball. By the way, I don't want to forget to mention, I just didn't put them on here because you know the list can go on and on when you got 14 teams that won the division. One of my favorite moments is not on one of my favorite teams or one of my top-ranked teams. Came the year after when Sid slid. I think a lot of us forget, kind of mix it together, because the 91 and 92 team both beat the Pittsburgh Pirates in 7 games of the World Series, and both of those teams lost the World Series. But I think what made that Sid slid, where were you when Sid slid, what made that special was because of the 91 team, and we wanted to get back and prove that we were the team. We could kick their butts. Plus, Bobby Cox was a Brave, and he had been a Blue Jay. There were so many intertwined things there. And we got into that 92 series, and I remember thinking really quickly, and maybe something took him out of the 97, or excuse me, the Game 7 in the 92 series. 92 NLCS. Maybe they hit a wall there too, maybe the emotions. But I didn't look at that as much because back then, you know, there were no wild cards. So you just had the one series. Man, was baseball magical back then. If I could go back to that, I would, but we would have to, as they do in Major League Soccer or major soccer around the world in different leagues, I guess is how I should term it. We have to start relegating some teams. Because I would love to go back to 2 divisions in each league. 2 divisions in the National League, 2 divisions in the American League, and the best 2 square off in the NLCS, ALCS, and then you get the World Series. That would be phenomenal. But they'll never put that toothpaste back in the bottle. But if I could do something for baseball, that would be one of the things I would do. But I would want to relegate it. Because remember, when they first started doing that, there were like 16 teams, then 20, et cetera, and goes on and on and on. Now we have 30. And I think to make that fair, if you're going to do that, I think you'd have to go down to 24 teams. Give me 6 teams in each division. To heck with the wild card, and let's go. Be even more phenomenal if it was 5, if you went down to 20. Holy cow. And then the relegation. You want to talk about something that would get eyeballs on the TV? Imagine if you were getting relegated, if you were not one of the top teams right now. New York Met fans would be losing their mind, and there would be no tanking. There would be no, okay, we're going to be everyone likes to point to them, so I'll go ahead and use that same example. But there would be no Houston Astros tanking because you wouldn't want to get relegated. But anyways, when you look at the team, 91 team, it really was a special team. It was a team that went worst to first, and they became the first team in the National League to go from the last place one year to first place the next year. Now, granted, divisions were still pretty new, so it wasn't like they'd been doing this for 100-plus years with the same formula and all. No. But regardless, we faced the Twins in the 91 series. Nobody could beat the other team in their home stadium. And back then, you took turns. On the odd years, you were at home if you're in the American League. On the even years, you were at home if you're in the National League, 4-3. Still, I still think that was a pretty fair way to do it. It was frustrating for that particular series. It was frustrating for the 87 series for the St. Louis Cardinal fans. Same thing, they're playing Minnesota. Minnesota had a heck of a home field advantage. I won't call it unfair, because all is fair in love and war in baseball, but they had that dome that trapped all the noise in, and when their fans would come out and start rattling that place with those Homer hankies, those white Homer hankies, it was just a sea of white hankies, white towels. They might have called them something else, but I've always called them Homer hankies. I believe that was the term that Minnesota used, but they would just start rattling them, and they would start yelling, and you couldn't hear yourself think in the place. And they won every single game in Minnesota, including the final game that the Braves lost 1-0. What an incredible game. If you're a Braves fan and you never saw it because you were too young, you got to go back and watch it at some point. Just jot it down. It's one of the greatest games. I still say it's the greatest World Series game ever played, even though we ended up on the losing end of it. John Smoltz, Jack Morris going the distance. Braves lost it 1-0. And the game itself was just so nip and tuck. It was 0-0. It was a 1-0 walk-off for folks that don't remember it. The Braves had the outfield pulled in and a runner on third, so anything hit deep they knew would score. So it ends up being a long, long single that wins it. But it essentially would have been a fly ball. And Atlanta, Game 7. First of all, Game 6, Game 7 of the NLCS. Let's go into the fact that the Braves went in to Game 6 of Three Rivers Stadium after, if you go back to the actual NLCS, the Braves lost the first game in Pittsburgh 5-1. The second game we win 1-0 off of Steve Avery. Tom Glavine lost the first one. Then in Game 3, you're thinking the tide has turned because it's a 1-1 series, and we go into Atlanta, and boom goes the dynamite, 10-3. Let's get it. John Smoltz went out there and did John Smoltz type things. And then Game 4, you're figuring we've got a good chance. Charlie Leibrandt was on the mound. Went 6 2/3. But we lose in extra innings 3-2. The loss was given to Kent Merker. Of course, he was coming out of the pen, but he was a starter. And we go Game 5, and we're all right. We're going to have to go on the road into Pittsburgh. We know that, but we need to win Game 5, because if we win Game 5, we just got to get one dub up there. And Pittsburgh scores one run in the 5th inning, and Tom Glavine loses again. I remember people wanting to kill him. Like, my God, dude, he only gave up the one run. Got to score. And that leads into why in 95, Glavine, remember the famous Glavine speech in the dugout in the middle of the Game 6 World Series against Cleveland? He's dealing, and he went into the dugout. They said around 4th or 5th inning. Maybe it was even later, and he said, is anybody going to get us a damn run tonight? Because they damn sure ain't scoring on us. And then a little while later, Justice hits the solo shot, the game-winning RBI, it turns out to be, and he went into the dugout and said, is that good enough for you? And they said, Glavine, very stone-faced said, that'll get it done. That'll do. So he's already frustrated that he's not getting run support, and it goes back to then. But we go into Game 5, we lose, and we're like, oh my God, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? We're down 3-2. We're going to Pittsburgh. We're gonna win both in Pittsburgh. And here comes Steve Avery again. Avery, by the way, in Game 1 went 8 1/3 scoreless. The save, remember Alejandro Pena? So Game 6, we're like, what are we going to do? They got Doug Drabeck on the mound. Doug Drabeck was phenomenal. Steve Avery, he goes out there and spins shutout baseball again. Pena gets a save. We win 1-0. And that's why a lot of kids growing up at that time, Avery is their guy. Because they remember that. They remember stepping up big in the playoffs. We're like, what? All right, we're going to head into Game 7. But Pittsburgh had set up where John Smiley was going to be their guy. And John Smiley had a heck of a year that year. And we're going up with John Smoltz. Game 7, let's go. And this is where the legend really begins with John Smoltz. John Smoltz goes out there and shuts out the Pirates. Braves win it 4-0. We go to the World Series. We meet up with the Twins. It's in Minnesota. Lee Bryant gets taken out in Game 1 with Jack Morris. Jack Morris was phenomenal. It took way too long to put him in the Hall of Fame. Game 2, Kevin Tapani beats Tom Glavine. Once again, Tom Glavine takes another loss. See, this all builds into why he was so fired up in 95 in that dugout. But he pitched well. It wasn't like he didn't pitch well. Braves lost that game 3-2. We go back to Game 3, and the Braves end up winning that one in extra innings 5-4. Dramatic walk-off fashion. And wouldn't you know, home runs by David Justice and Lonnie Smith. Lonnie Smith. More on that in a second. Then in Game 4, the Braves win in Atlanta 3-2. Another walk-off job. I mean, this was a heart attack team. And we got Glavine going to the hill like, man, Glavine's going to lose again. He's going to pitch well. He's not going to get any run support. He's going to lose again. We're done. And the Braves' offensive explosion, 14 runs. 4 in the 4th, but the nail in the coffin, because it was still 5-3, were the 6th that we put up in the 7th and then added 3 in the 8th. 14-5. We go in back to Minnesota, and even though we hadn't won a game there, what my mindset was, everyone's mindset was, we just went in to Pittsburgh and won 2 games in the NLCS. We just need 1 this time, baby. Let's go. Let's get it. We go to extra innings. This is the game that's forgotten about. We go to extra innings. Minnesota wins in a walk-off. 11th inning. That's the one everyone forgets about. Then Jack Morris and John Smoltz duel to a 0-0 tie heading into extra innings. Alejandro Pena gets the loss. A lot of folks feel like Smoltz Lineup for Braves Country by DM McGee, 2024. A is for Aaron, the hammer and Hank, the real home run king. Take that to the bank. B is for Bobby. Cox never cowered. He'd give Blue quite an earful on his way to the showers. C is for Chipper. Don't call him Larry. He would show up in Shea, the Mets he would bury. D is for David. Justice he'd bring. A Game 6 solo brought Atlanta their ring. E is for Eddie Matthews. 512 bombs away. Lit skies from Boston to Milwaukee to the A. F is for Fred. McGriff dog-biting crime. A fire was lit the day he arrived. G is for Glavine. Southpaw winds and kicks. Changing speeds east and west. A gem in Game 6. H is for Harry and his brother George Wright. The father of baseball, Boston pennants in flight. I is for inning, ending double play. Riley to Ozzie to Olsen all day. J is for Jones. Andrew let her fly. And his gloves in center is where singles would die. K is for strikeouts. A plenty from Strider. The quads in the stash, getting swings from that slider. L is for Lopez. Javi to B-Mac. Travis and Smurf, we've been lucky to see that. M is for Mad Dog. He won 355. Could swat flies with the changeup and still bust you inside. N is for Necro. He got to the hall by bending and knuckling and floating that ball. O is for Otis. Old Nixon could fly. The catch at the wall baffled our eyes. P still for Peterson. We were all rockin' pearls. With Eddie and Jorge, we were out of this world. Q is a quandary for why Dale is not in. Murphy MVPs again and again. R is for ranking. The top pitchers lore. Remember Kid Nichols, 107 WAR. S is for Smoltzy. The big three in the hall. When the game's on the line, you give John the ball. T is for Tyler, Matzik, and the gift of 2021, the entire night shift. U is for Chavez, but we say Uncle Jesse. The frames, the release, kept the batters guessing. V is Van Weeren, Skip Carey 2, Don Ernie Joe, the tales from the booth. W is Warren, spawn Johnny Sane. They'd ride him in Boston and then pray for rain. X is Mazzoni. Yeah, X marked the spot. Leo rocked next to Bobby and his pitchers stayed hot. Why it makes us feel young, the game's main appeal. Chopping through the battery, there's no better feel. Z is for Zip Boom Bam, Ramalama Ding Dong. Throughout the summer, we sing that song. From AJ to eyeglasses and a hell of a pen. Mad Max, Uncle Charlie, win after win. A cannon from short and RC you later. Acuna Matata, there is no one greater. Though you can't fit them all when you just A to Z. Think of your favorites in the rafters we see. I started with 3, then 10, 25, 47, 31, and of course 29. Let's not forget 21, 41, 35, the great 44, or 755, and old number 6, who led his great teams. The pennants were flying. It felt like a dream. From Boston to Milwaukee, to Atlanta's TBS, a family, a tradition, Braves Country's the best. Lineup for Braves Country by DM McGee, 2024.
Drink like me, you can't.
And there's a fly ball deep to left. It's on its way. There it goes. And the Yankees are going to the World Series. Aaron Boone.
Down the line. It may go.
Some kind of a bleeder or a seeing eye single. Here's the.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America you get in a ballpark. And it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Reed. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe.
You're in Braves country.
If there's a bigger thing going on right now, I don't know what it is. We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first, and here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball.
On a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. You're listening live, and the scene is Busch Stadium in St. Louis, Missouri, where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Welcome in, Braves country. First pitch on the way from Liberatore to Jared Kelenic is right there for a strike. Swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Braves wearing their road grays once again. The 0-1. High and inside, 95 miles an hour. Bends Kelenic out of the way, 1-1. Braves wearing the classic road grays. Atlanta across the chest. Tomahawk underneath. In red. The 1-1 pitch swung on and fouled back behind home plate, 1-2. St. Louis Cardinals are wearing their home whites. The 1-2 from Liberatore. Swung on. Just got a piece of that. Do it again, 1-2. Braves took game 1 of the doubleheader. We'll get you the lineups here in a second as we go along. Kelnick leading off, batting .273 on the year, 8 home runs. The 1-2 swing, and that ball's lifted into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And your Atlanta Braves got something cooking here in the top of the first inning. 1 on, nobody out, and the Wiz is coming to the plate. First pitch on the way to Ozzy's high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. Outside high. Ball 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Ozzy Albies batting second. .254 average. .715 OPS. 6 home runs. 38 RBI. On deck is Marcell Ozuna. The .309 average. .968 OPS. The 2-0 swing and a miss over the top. It's 2-1. Behind Ozuna, it's Matt Olson playing first base. Austin Riley playing third. Travis d'Arnaud is behind the plate and batting sixth. Duvall seventh and in left. Laureano in right and batting eighth. And Luke Williams is your shortstop. Kid Kelnick takes off the pickoff attempt. He goes off the bag. Is he out? The tag, waiting for a call. I believe they're calling him out. The tag, he tried to swim by, but it looked like, yeah, it got his foot. He's out. He got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. 1 away. Pretty good attempt. He's trying to swim on the inside, but it looked like they got him on the foot, and his oven mitt came off the base. So a 2-1 count to Ozzy. Bad base running by Kelnick. Pitch on the way, swing and a miss, 2-2. We've seen him make a lot of base running blunders, but you live and you learn. That's how the youngsters have to grow in this game. The 2-2. Up high. Ball 3-2. That's when you need a coach over there talking to him in his ear, letting him know that when you get a base hit, it doesn't really count if you get it taken away from you. The payoff pitch, swung on, chopped foul down the line. We'll do it again. So 1 down, top of the first. Ozzy Albies with a 3-2 count on him. Liberatore comes set. The pitch. Swing, pops it up. Chase one well out of the zone. It'll be an easy dead fly ball just past the first base line. 1 away. 2 away, excuse me. 2 down. Cardinal outfield defense looks like this. You got Donovan, Ciani, and in right field, Burleson. Around the horn left to right, it's Arenado, Wynn, Gorman, Goldschmidt. Pages behind home plate. First pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. Swing, and that ball's lifted into center field. Diving catch by the center fielder. Good play, Ciani, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. What could have been. The Braves put some sticks on the ball, but base running ran them out of it.
What is this? You're going to wear this to the show. You're going to wear the shirt of the band you're going to go see. Don't be that guy.
Hey, Star Wars or Star Trek?
I like Star Wars.
It's the same thing. It is the same thing. It is, yes, it is. It is the same damn thing. It's the same thing.
They fly around in space. They have shields. Shield! Yeah!
Hey, Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball.
You standing like that?
Because I'm your big brother, dude, and I'm the boss of you.
Where is this coming from, man? You are not our big brother.
Yes, I am. So get me a beer, little bro, before I give you a serious noogie.
Dude, I swear to God, if you try and give me a noogie, I will yank your underwear over your head so hard, your ass will rip in half.
Heyo! What's up? Can I ass rip in half?
Like tissue paper.
So I told Courtney, smack me and see what I do. Did she smack you? Yeah, she smacked me. Did you do something? Yeah, I did something. What'd you do? I cried. I cried for like 15 minutes.
Baseball was mighty glamorous and exciting to me, but there's no use in blinking at the fact that at that time, the game was thought by solid, respectable people to be only 1 degree above grand larceny, arson, and mayhem. And those who engaged in it were beneath the notice of decent society. Connie Mack.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Bryce Elder, your pitcher, fires the first pitch, sinker in on the hands, fouled back. It's 0-1. Elder coming up, making the start from AAA. No move was needed. You're allotted an extra man on your 26-man roster, expanding it to 27 on a doubleheader. The 0-1 is a slider right there at the knees. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count, down in the dirt, 1-2. Braves nothing, Cardinals nothing, just getting going here in the bottom of the first inning. The 1-2 pitch, swung on, grounded up towards short, scooping it, flipping it. 6-3 put out, Luke Williams, nice play, 1 away. In the infield, left to right, you'll have Riley, Williams, Ozzie, and Olson. Duvall, Kelnick, and Laureano back out in right field, left to right. Darnold is behind the plate, Elder on the mound. Burleson digs in, first pitch on the way, nowhere near the zone. Up high and out and wide, it's 1-0. The 1-0 from Elder, up top misses, 2-0. The 2-0, Elder brings it. Swing and a miss, 92 up top, 2-1. Kelnick's pitched pretty well down on the farm. Braves hoping to get a good start out of him here tonight. The 2-1 pitch, swung on and missed up top, four-seam fastball. Evens up the count, 2-2. Alec Burleson, 286 batter with a 787 OPS, 12 home run, 34 RBI. Righty-lefty matchup. Elder brings it. Swing. Fouls it straight back, 94. 2-2. All three of those heaters, two that he's missed and the one that he just fouled back, they've all been well out of the zone. So Elder's getting to chase eye high. The 2-2. Swing. Pops it up. High in the sky. Can of corn over by second base. Drifting over, making the catch is Luke Williams, just right of the second base bag. 2 away. 2 down, and Contreras, who caught in game 1 as the designated hitter in game 2, he'll step to the plate. Braves nothing, Cardinals nothing, bottom of the first inning. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, sinker down and in. It's 0-1. Braves won the first game 6-2. Ronaldo Lopez got his 6th win of the year. If you missed it, the 0-1. Swing, chops it foul. Back behind home plate, off the umpire's foot. It's 0-2 once again. So an 0-2 count. The pitch on the way. Down and away. Did he go around? He did. Strike 3. So respect your elder. We'll head to the top of the second. Braves, Cardinals, 0-0.
We can't Ruby Dern your frazzle dazzle.
Cars from all over America come to find a new home in Florida, just like you. I moved here after the draft, football. I noticed there was one thing missing from this great town, a celebrity-endorsed used car shop. That's why I founded BJ's Used Autos. Every one of these beauties is freshly painted. They look brand new. We have new models coming in every morning, usually around 2 a.m. We can get you anything. And if you see a car of your dreams, tell us. We can acquire it for you. I've taken the skills I've learned as a pro football player to the used car business. Smash, grab, and run like hell. I'm tackling low prices with hot cars.
Two teams dominated the 90s, the Boston Bean Eaters and the Baltimore Orioles. Boston, led by Billy Hamilton and Hugh Duffy, pioneered what would be called the inside game. But the Orioles perfected it. Sacrifice bunts, squeeze plays, double steals. They fought and struggled for every run. In an era of dirty baseball, the Orioles delighted in being the dirtiest. The Orioles were one of the greatest teams ever assembled. Dan Bruthers, the broad-shouldered first baseman, was the greatest power hitter of the 1880s, bettering 314 seasons. Wee Willie Keeler in right field was the game's preeminent place hitter. Asked for the secret of his success, he answered, "Keep your eye clear and hit them where they ain't." He once managed at least one hit in 44 consecutive games. The shortstop was Huey Jennings, known for his distinctive yell as E-Yow. In 1896, he hit .401, stole 70 bases, and set a record in his specialty. He managed to get hit by pitched balls 49 times. Between seasons, he practiced law.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson from Libertor is inside for a ball. It's 1-0, lefty-lefty matchup. The 1-0, high and out of the zone, ball 2, 2-0. A 2-0 count. Libertor brings it. Swing! That ball's lifted high. Not very deep into center field. Fighting the shadows in the sun is the center fielder, Michael Ciani. One away. Sun starting to set. 6:15 local time was the first pitch. Typically around 7:15 is when you see all the sunshine disappear. So probably second, third inning, end of the second, end of the third inning, somewhere in that neighborhood, you'll see it go away. First pitch on the way to Riley is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Swung on. Chopped foul down the third base side towards the dugout. 0-2. You got an 0-2 count. Riley. Ball down and in. Guess that just missed him. Thought it might have got a piece of his back foot, but it did not. 1-2. Standing on deck is Travis d'Arnaud. Braves, Cardinals, game 2 of the doubleheader, the 1-2 pitch. Down the way, good take by Riley. Ball 2, 2-2. Riley had kind of a funny fall through on that second strike, but he appears to be okay. The last thing we need is that guy going back to the IL after all the struggles he's had. The 2-2 to the rake. Up top misses, 96 miles an hour. He did not go around Roberto Ortiz, the home plate umpire. So a full count. By the way, third base umpire tonight is Jacob Metz. He is the replacement, so home plate umpire from game 1 did not have to go back out to the 3-2 pitch. Inside, ball 4. And the rake Heads on down to first. I can't remember if I gave y'all predictions and stuff at the beginning of this one. I'm going with Marcell Ozuna, and I'm going with an 8-6 score. I figured the Braves bullpen is a little battered, and we're going to ride Elder for a while, so going to have to score some runs. The first pitch on the way to d'Arnaud. Swung on, high chopper just past the mound. Liberatore is going to turn around and flip it over to first, getting d'Arnaud by a mile, but Austin Riley does make it down to second base and into scoring position. That'll bring Adam Duvall to the plate. Duvall starting out in left field instead of Forrest Wall. First pitch on the way, 90 right down the pipe. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Liberatore looks back at Riley at second. Swing and a miss. 94 well out of the zone. Chased a bad one there, 0-2. You got an 0-2 count. Pitch on the way. Curve ball. Well off the plate, 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Duvall looked lost. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Okay, everybody, I'm on day 6. I'm walking from Virginia to Texas, and now I'm going to cross the Rio Grande and get to Mexico and give up my United States citizenship to break back into America so that I don't have to pay taxes and get free housing and free all kind of But listen, I got to start working on my Spanglish amigo.
Well, I have a date too.
Who is it? What's his name?
His name is not important. What's important is he's better than you in every conceivable way.
Well,
Damn, that could be anybody!
I'm a girl mom. Of course it feels like I'm in the mirror arguing with myself every day.
I'm the one she's talking about, and I get it from my mama.
I'm a girl mom. Of course she steals all my shampoo, my conditioner, my makeup, my shoes, my socks, and anything else that's hers that she decides she wants to claim.
We have to share. She be trying to be selfish.
I'm a girl mom. Of course she's my little broke best friend.
Of course I'm her broke best friend.
I'm a girl mom. Of course I hide in my car and eat snacks so she don't steal them. I'm a girl mom. Of course I can't like the friends that she doesn't like anymore.
If I don't like you, she can't like you.
I'm a girl mom. Of course there's other teenage girls here every weekend that also call me mom.
They call her mama because she's the best mama.
The famous Baltimore chop. They would intentionally hit down on the ball, hoping to get a large bounce, which would give the runner time to make it all the way to first base before the shortstop or second baseman could even field it. They would, opposing teams to combat this would flood the area in front of home plate so that when they hit down for the Baltimore chop, the ball would just stop there and the catcher would pick it up and throw the guy out at first. It was an entire set of strategies, tactics, and most importantly, attitudes, which I think that story reveals, that really defined baseball at the time.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Here on Braves Country Radio, first pitch on the way from Elder to Paul Goldschmidt is out of the zone for a ball. It's 1-0. Goldschmidt batting .232 with 10 home runs. Takes the 1-0 at the knees for a strike, 1-1. 31 RBI, a .668 OPS. Righty pitch, swung on, hit hard on the ground, but it's an atom ball. Luke Williams has it, flips it over to first. 1 away. I was reading up on Luke Williams and what we can expect him from shortstop. He's a solid defensive player over there. Not going to have a lot... Excuse me, not going to have a lot of range. First pitch on the way to Donovan is outside for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to the left-handed bat in the dirt, 1-1. Elder sitting at 18 pitches, 4 outs into the night. Shadows creeping past the infield, the 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into right field, going back on the track, making the catch in the deepest part of right field is Ramon Laureano as he's fighting the sun to away. That one got way too much of the plate, and Donovan just about got his 9th of the year. 2 down, and that'll bring Arenado to the plate. Nolan Arenado batting .257. The right-hander takes the first pitch at the knees. It's 0-1. 684 OPS. The 0-1 inside. That came close to getting him. 1-1. Arenado, 6 home runs on the year. The 1-1 to Nolan. Swing. That ball's chopped down the third base side in between third and the dugout. It's 1-2. Elder being called up, trying to get his chance back at the big leagues. The 1-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is dribbled over to short. Luke Williams once again makes a good solid play. 6-3 put up, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We'll take that and be back in a flash.
This is the story of Hector Espino. He was considered by many to be one of the greatest hitters of all time. People who played with him said he hit line drives so hard that infielders would drop them. Despite having offers from the Cardinals, Angels, Yankees, Indians, and the Colt 45s, he never had a single big league plate appearance in his career. He batted at least .300 every year but one over his 24-year career. Once he arrived in the Mexican League, he earned Rookie of the Year honors with a .358 batting average, 23 home runs, 12 triples, and 103 RBIs. In 1964, he continued to improve, hitting .371 and setting a Mexican League single-season record with 46 home runs. The closest he ever came to the major leagues was when he played 32 games with the Jacksonville Suns, the Cardinals' AAA affiliate, in late 1964. In that short period, he hit .300 with 6 doubles, 15 RBIs, and 15 runs scored. He returned to the Mexican League in 1965. Over the next 5 seasons, all he did was continue to knock the cover off the ball, which can be validated by his 2 home run titles during that time. He remains the only player in Mexican Pacific League history with a career average over .300. He ended up slugging 484 home runs over his career, 24 seasons, 13 batting titles, 6 home run crowns, and 6 MVP awards.
Get a job? Yeah. Just get a job? Why don't I strap on my job helmet and squeeze down into a job cannon and fire off into Jobland, where jobs grow on jobbies?
The most pugnacious Oriole of them all was the third baseman, John Joseph McGraw. McGraw was born in Truxton, New York, the first of 8 children of an Irish immigrant railroad worker and his wife. When diphtheria struck his village in 1884, one by one, he watched as first his mother and then 4 of his brothers and sisters died. His father took out his grief and anger on his son, beating him so often and so mercilessly that at 12 he feared for his life and ran away from home. He supported himself at odd jobs until he won himself a place on the Olean, New York professional team at 16, and never again willingly took orders from any man.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way. Down and in to Ramon Laureano. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Lefty-righty. Pitch from Liberatore. High and outside, 2-0. Little surprised, as cold as Duvall's been, and as well as Laureano swung the bat, I thought they would have them flipped in the lineup. Laureano above Duvall. The 2-0 pitch. Swing. Rattles it straight back. 2-1. Not saying that Laureano is a better hitter than Duvall head to toe, but right now Duvall's struggling. Laureano seems to be hitting the ball at a much better clip. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Chase that slider down over the plate. 2-2. You got a 2-2 count. Liberatore, by the way, is at 32 pitches as we begin inning number 3. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Slider down and in, 1 away. 1 down. You got the Mets and Yankees going at it tonight. That's game 2 of a 2-game set. They'll have 2 more in the Bronx. It's either next week or the week after that one goes down. I liked it better when they had the first pitch on the way to Luke Williams is high and out of the zone for a ball. It's 1-0. I liked it better when they had the interleague games and they were designated for certain times of the year. The 1-0 pitch swung on, pops it up over towards the first base dugout. It'll just get onto the top of the St. Louis dugout and bounce into the crowd. The older gentleman making the catch about 9 rows back, he gets a standing ovation. 1-1. He'll be telling that story much different. Man, I caught that scalding fastball into the crowd, barehanded. The 1-1 pitch swung on. That ball's lifted high, deep, but not deep enough into left field. Coming from the shadows into the sun is Donovan, 2 down. 2 away here in the top of the 3rd. That's going to flip the order back over. Lefty-lefty matchup, Liberatore versus Kelnick, who got a single his first time up, but then was gunned down at second on a pickoff play. First pitch outside, 1-0. The 1-0, swing and a miss over the top, 1-1. Braves nothing, Cardinals nothing, top of the 3rd inning. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on, that ball sliced into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And Kid Kelnick is on with another single. He's 2 for 2. If he just quit getting picked off at first, we might be on to something here. Hit them where they ain't. Wasn't a hard hit ball, but the seeing eye single puts 1 on with 2 outs, and Ozzie Albies to the plate. Ozzie swings at the first pitch he sees and lifts it into center field. Drifting back, making the catch just before the warning track is Ciani, and that'll end the inning. Well, they put 1 on, but can't get them over. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
All right, you got 25.87.
Not for long. I make bad financial decisions.
Are you stressed out?
Yeah.
And you could use a vacation?
Yes.
Introducing planning a trip with friends.
What's that?
It's been a stressful few months, so what better way to relax than going on a fun trip with your group of friends?
That sounds like a great idea. How does it work?
It's simple. Come up with an itinerary, pitch the plan to your friends, watch them be sort of interested but non-committal, and the trip never happens.
Wait.
That's right, dork. Did you forget that all your friends have good jobs and relationships and you have neither? Of course they're too busy for your cabin weekend idea.
I used to think that my friends and I would be going on fun, extravagant trips as we got older, but instead I see them once every 5 months.
Try it today.
Look, dude, I feel guilty all the time for my thoughts and urges, but I'm not going to talk to a therapist who's going to make me, deal with it and confront those issues.
Fatigue makes cowards of us all. You can't play fatigued. Therefore, it's up to you to be in prime physical condition. You've got to keep yourself in prime physical condition because a fatigued player is a coward.
He batted .321 or better over 9 consecutive seasons and stole 436 bases. Although he was short and weighed barely 120 pounds, he tripped opposing runners on the base paths, blocked them, spiked them, and rarely complained when they did the same to him. We'd spit tobacco juice on a spike wound, he remembered, rub dirt in it, and get out there and play. Mayhem seemed to follow John McGraw wherever he went. when he got into a fist fight with the opposing third baseman in Boston in 1894. Both benches emptied. Fans began brawling. Someone set the stands on fire, and the entire wooden ballpark and 170 neighborhood buildings went up in flames.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Bryce Elder to start off the bottom of the third is fisted foul back behind home plate. It's 0-1. The 0-1 kicks and fires, misses high. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Elder brings it, swings, slices it foul into the crowd. 1-2. If you haven't already, please hit that like button if you're here on the YouTube channel. If you're listening elsewhere, want to jump in on the chat on the YouTube channel, it's Braves Country Radio on YouTube, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. The 1-2 pitch. That changeup misses out of the zone. Ball 2, 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Bryce Elder brings it. Fisted foul down the first base line. That sinker in on the hands. When Elder is pitching well and it looks like he's got it going, that's his pitch. Righties and lefties throwing that sinker just under the hands. The 2-2 banged on the ground. Did it stay fair? It did not. Olsen will grab it and flip it out of play. The 2-2. Elder brings it. Top of the zone. Caught. Looking. Strike 3. 85 up top. Gorman didn't like it, but one away. Respect your Elder. Grab some pine. You got to realize if you're playing tonight, back end of a doubleheader, home plate umpire Mark Rippinger stood out in the sun all day at first base. He's ready to take it to the house, man. First pitch on the way is down and away. For a ball, it's 1-0. Yankees and Mets, they are scoreless just getting into the third. The 1-0, down and away, 2-0. Pedro Paez, 155 batting average, 2 home runs, 9 RBI. The 2-0. Swing, pops it up. Let's stay in play. Yes, it will. Foul territory, but Mr. Riley makes the catch. 2 down. Two down, and the number 9 hitter, Ciani, will come to the dish. Righty-lefty matchup. Mason Wynn stands on deck. The first pitch. 89 at the knees. Kissing the black. It's 0-1. The 0-1 from Elder. Brim pilled over his head. Pitch on the way. In the dirt. 1-1. Big Texan's been down there on the farm and looks to have straightened some things out. They're going to need him. The 1-1, down and in, 2-1. Thing about Elder, whether they use him to eat a lot of innings going down the stretch in the back half of the season, or, as the 2-1 pitch, swing, that ball slapped into left field, down for a base hit. There's 1 on, 2 outs here in the bottom of the third. Or, you never know, he could be packaged as a part of a deal to bring someone in. You hate seeing these young guys go, but to bring in somebody, you always have to lose somebody. And you're never, it doesn't matter what they try to tell you on social media, it's never going to be, you're going to get a couple of studs for 3 clowns you never heard of. First pitch on the way to Mason Wynn is a slider on the outer edge. It's 0-1. You see some of the dopiest creations on social media telling you the trade combinations. I was reading some of them on Twitter during the break, and I mean, some of them are just downright hilarious. The 0-1 down and in 1-1. There was one guy that was packaging Herschel Waldrop, A.J. Smith-Shawver, and Nacho Alvarez to bring in, and it was a number of different players that he kept putting it out there as the 1-1 pitches, down and in for a strike 1 and 2. And he kept putting them together to bring in very mid players with very little control. Runner on first, 2 outs, the 1-2 pitch, swing. Pops it back foul out of play over the first base dugout into the upper deck. We'll do it again. And you wonder to yourself, these guys that'll call themselves influencers and whatnot, when have you ever seen Anthopoulos get taken in a trade where he reaches and brings back very little? They're going to flip it over to first to keep Ciani close by, but he's well under the tag. If you think about it, other than the Chris Sale trade, but that happened in the offseason as the 1-2 pitch swung on. That ball is laced into center field. That's down for a base hit. Kelnick cuts it off, fires it into second. Runners going first to third. We got runners on the corners with 2 outs here in the bottom of the third. The Braves don't bring in a lot of big names during the season because they're basically rentals, and most of these teams with so many more teams, they're going to be fighting for wild cards. The stakes have been raised to bring in guys, and to bring in a rental, usually it doesn't make a lot of sense. They try to build their depth in the offseason and then add what they need at the deadline. First pitch on the way to Alec Burleson is fisted towards third base, but foul and on the ground. It's 0-1. Braves nothing, Cardinals nothing. Bottom of the third. Second game of a doubleheader that the Braves took game 1, 6-2. This is also the rubber match of the 3-game series. The 0-1 pitch inside. High and inside, 1-1. He was getting Burleson to chase that high ball his first time up. That one was a little too close shave. The 1-1 to Burleson. Swing, that ball's laced down the right field line. That's going to get down for a base hit, and the Cardinals have got a run on the board. Ramon Laureano fires it towards the infield, and the Cardinals have scored 2, win flying from first to home. It's 2-0 St. Louis here in the third inning. Hard hit ball. They were aiming to go high, and he got it about belt high, and Burleson smoked it into the corner. So 2 across. Burleson at second and 2 outs. Standing is Contreras, the first pitch on the way. Up top for a strike, it's 0-1. The 0-1. Righty. Comes set, the pitch. Slider down and away, 1-1. Braves head to Chicago tomorrow afternoon for one game against the White Sox. 4:10 first pitch. The 1-1 inside, ball 2-1. Originally, this was supposed to be Chris Sale's game, but with the ability to add an extra day off and as opposed to bringing a bullpen guy in, you bring in a starter. They gave Sale the extra day off. Raylo also got the extra day off because of the rain out. The 2-1, swing and a miss, 2-2. Travis d'Arnaud. Oh, the follow through by Contreras hit Darnold's mask on the top. Appears to be okay. Usually don't see catchers make that mistake because they know that pain all too well. The 2-2, outside wide, ball 3-2. You had a 3-2 count. Elder comes set, brings it. Swing, that ball's banged on the ground over to short. Luke Williams has it, flips it over to first, and it's a 6-3 put out to end the inning. Not before Elder coughs up two. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Never make a shopping list. Just forget half of the you were supposed to get. Be a man.
Hello, these are the worst things my wife has done since Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift started dating. Number one, she wants to watch the game. She has no concern over which team wins or how the game is played. She just wants to show me pictures of Taylor in the box or talk about what they're going to do after the season's over or where he's going to join her on tour. Number two, she's learning. Now, normally, I am all for people expanding their minds, except when it is to just hurt my feelings. Like, for instance, she learned the other day that Travis Kelce's position is called the tight end. She asked when I played football, was my position called the little flat end? Not only was this hurtful, but it was a sweet chirp. Number three, she gave me a nickname. Travis Kelce has many nicknames, one of them being the Big Yeti. When my wife learned this, she started calling me the Big Spaghetti, saying that I look like I eat more pasta than he does. Another sweet chirp. Damn you, woman. And number four, she gets mad when I don't remember things I don't know. Not only is my wife obsessed with Travis and Taylor, she's also obsessed with the entire Kelce family. She asked me the other day when she couldn't recall what Jason Kelce's oldest daughter's name was. And finally, she asked if the losing team in the Super Bowl gets any bowl at all.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Today ain't the day for a hoe to try me.
Laborers leave the shade and quiet of a shop for the sun and fury of a ball ground. They stand and they exercise for hours. They attest that they mean to be men and not machines. Athletic games carry men back to their days of childhood. There is indeed, morally, a home base in all of them, as there is literally in baseball.
Welcome back. First pitch to Marcell Ozuna is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Down and in. Good take by Marcell. 1-1. Braves trail 2-0. Top of the fourth. The 1-1 high and out of the zone. 2-1. The two starters tonight, ERAs combined for almost 11 earned runs. The 2-1 pitch, swing. That ball's sawed off, foul and out of play. 2-2. So you'd hope the Braves could get some runs scored as well. The 2-2 in the dirt, 3-2. They checked down the line, but he did not go around. So a full count to Marcell Ozuna, leading off the fourth inning. The payoff pitch from Liberatore, swing and a miss, strike three. Over the top, one away. Marcell Ozuna, now 0 for 6 today. He's really going to take a plummet in his batting average if he doesn't get a couple of knocks. Matt Olson comes to the plate, one down. First pitch, 94 off the dish, 1-0. The 1-0. Liberatore aiming for the outside. Swing. That ball's lifted down the line. 95-mile-an-hour fastball. 1-1. Tomorrow's game, 4:10 first pitch. We'll come on the air about 3:30. The 1-1 pitch swung on. That ball's chopped foul. In between home and first, 1-2. One-two count. Olsen flied out to center his first time up. Liberatore brings it. Slider outside, 2-2. The 2-2 to Olsen. Down and away. Sinker misses. Ball 3, 3-2. Chris Sale, your pitcher tomorrow, and they have not announced one for the White Sox yet. The payoff pitch to Olsen. Lets her go. Swing. Might have chased one off the zone, 95, but he'll foul it away to live the tail. Mets lead the Yankees 1-0. They're all early on as well in the fourth. The payoff pitch. Caught looking, strike 3. Sinker right down the pipe on the outer edge. 2 away. Their best pitcher, Fetty, is pitching tonight. I believe Crochet, I don't believe he would be due up either. First pitch on the way to Riley is down in for a ball. It's 1-0. Francisco Alvarez just hit a 2-run jack, and they're pounding the Yankees again. It's 3-0 Mets over the Yanks. The 1-0. Outside for a strike, 1-1. The 1-1. Liberatore heads home, swing, and fouls it back. 1-2. Riley walked his first time up. Tying run stands on deck. The 1-2 pitch. That ball is scalded down the third base line, but just foul. The 1-2. Swing. Fouls it straight back. We'll do it again, 1-2. Luis Gil is the pitcher tonight for the Yankees. Remember, he got slapped around on the weekend. They're expecting him to bounce back after Cole's disaster yesterday. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on, chopped. It's a comebacker to the mound. Liberatore snags it. Nifty grab. Flips it to first, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We head to the bottom of the fourth. Goldschmidt leads us off when we come back.
Some girls belong to the streets. I, on the other hand, belong to the insane asylums. Like one of them. I don't know which one.
When people ask, are you doing anything tonight? On a work night. No, I already did a thing today. Work was the thing. There will be no more things, okay?
What's going on here, guys?
All right, Coach, so basically it was a holding call. But these dudes started me in their fantasy league, which is cool because this dude started our quarterback, but he started our kicker and I started their defense, so it's kind of a pickle.
Compromising the integrity of this game with your fantasy football leagues? Listen to me. If there was holding, you make that holding call. I don't care if it was on our team or not. I care about this game too much to let you...
Coach, you started their defense too, didn't you?
Yeah, you definitely started their defense.
Damn right I did.
Armchair.
You can't drink like me. You can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
My grandfather was a sour old man, and I liked him. He lived with us. But he was out in the backyard throwing a ball when I was a little kid. He's smoking his pipe, and he said, you like baseball? And I said, yeah. He said, what do you play? I said, I'm a shortstop. And he said, that's what I used to play. And I said, you used to play? But, a year or so later, I found the local paper did a 50-year anniversary thing, and there was a reprint of a game that he had played in 1892, and it said Watts. His name was Fred Watts, shortstop, and he had 2 hits. And I thought, my grandfather played baseball in 1892. So it's part of your existence. It's part of our heritage.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Bryce Elder goes back to work. Trailing 2-0. Goldschmidt will lead us off. He's 0 for 1. First pitch right there at the knees. Four-seamer. It's 0-1. The 0-1. In the dirt. Slider. Nowhere near the plate. 1-1. The 1-1 from Elder. Turns and brings it. Swing and a miss. Nice slider there. Pulled the string on that one. 1-2. The 1-2. Swung on. Grounded hard over to Riley. He scoops it. Flips it to first. 5-3 put out. 1 down. One away here in the bottom of the first inning. Donovan will come to the plate. Later on tonight, you got Minnesota and Arizona, Chicago and San Francisco. Birdsong, a pretty big prospect by the Giants, is making his debut, Major League debut. Donovan lifts the first pitch that he sees up to center field. Getting underneath it is Kelnick, 1-2 down. Dodgers and White Sox, they're about getting ready. You know you're about to play the next team on an early get in, get out game. All I ask for that Dodger White Sox game is for it to go into about the 15th or 16th inning. Wear out that bullpen. So 2 down. Elder 56 pitches in. He'll face Arenado now, righty-righty matchup. He's 0 for 1. First pitch to Arenado. Inside, sinker misses, 1-0. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. Right there on the edge. Just kisses the black. 1-1. Braves, after tomorrow, will then return home to face Pittsburgh. The 1-1 pitch. That ball misses out of the zone. 2-1. The 2-1 count. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. 2-2. Chase that slider down and away. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That'll end the inning. So Elder bounces back. We'll head to the top of the 5th, trailing just 2-0.
Y'all, my therapist asked me what the number one thing is that inspires me to get out of bed every day, and I said it's my bladder.
I worked 10 hours! All I want is brain stuff!
That's a little excessive. CEO of Angry.
I am starving! What did you eat today? I ate nothing! Nothing!
Could you see where the coach would be upset if the star player is coming in at 2 a.m. and is hungover?
Without question.
You were quoted as saying, there's only one difference between Otto and me. He likes candy bars and milkshakes. I like women and scotch.
Well, probably wasn't a good thing to say to your head coach.
Armchair.
I can be whatever you want. You just tell me what you want and I'll be that for you.
You're dumb.
I could be that.
You won't let me draft the players I want to play. It's fantasy football, so the Hulk should be able to be on the team.
If you can buy $30K for a car, you can pay $30K for me.
I beg your finest pardon. You said that I should pay $30K for you when the only place you're going to drive me is crazy? Absolutely not. This not even delusional. That's dementia because you done lost your damn mind.
You think about it. What is there in your life, besides your love of family maybe, that carries all the way through from almost your earliest recollections till the day you die, and you care about it in one way or another? There are very, very few things that make that list. We come to things at various times in our lives when we can comprehend them, when we have an interest in them. But we have a child's interest in baseball, in my case from the time I was 5. I can't imagine never having an interest in baseball. So it will be one of the few things in my life that I have cared about in one way or another, all the way through.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Hope you're enjoying your Wednesday evening. Game 2 of the doubleheader. Travis d'Arnaud steps in. First pitch on the way is up top for a strike. It's 0-1. d'Arnaud, first time up, grounded back to the pitcher. It was good enough to get the runner over into scoring position, but the Braves couldn't get him home. The 0-1, down and away, 1-1. Sean Murphy taking the seat after being behind the plate today. Travis batting .240, the 7 home runs, 25 RBI. The 1-1 slap back foul, 1-2. It's got a 767 OPS. Duvall stands on deck. Laureano in the hole. The 1-2 pitch, high and out of the zone, 2-2. I think the biggest thing that you see, talked about this earlier, but the biggest thing you see with the Braves from this year to last year with the injury to Acuna, and of course Harris on the shelf, is the 2-2 down and in. Ball 3-3-2. And Arcia not playing up to where his level was of last year. Just a much shorter lineup. Once you get past Riley and whatever catcher starts that day is the 3-2 pitch. Hit on the ground, but right at the shortstop. 6-3 put out, win to Goldschmidt, 1 away. There then feels like there's the dead part of the order where you've got Duvall batting 169 tonight, Laureano batting 175, and then you got Luke Williams. If it's not Williams, then it's Zach Short, and even if it's Arcia has not been hitting at all. First pitch on the way to Duvall, high and out of the zone, it's 1-0. Oh, you would think that they're going to add a outfielder, but you do wonder if they may add an infielder. The 1-0, swing and a miss, 1-1. The 1-1. Lefty righty pitch on the way up top, misses. 2-1. The 2-1 kicks and fires right there at the knees. 2-2. That right there was a good take by Duvall. That pitch, he swings at that. That's going to either shatter his bat or he's going to dribble it over to third. The 2-2 to Duvall. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Another out by Duvall. 2 away. 2 down. Here in the top of the 5th. Quick moving game, as they normally are on the game 2 of the doubleheader. Two down, Laureano lead, swings a first pitch. That ball gets lifted into center field. That's going to be an easy out. So another at bat just given away. We'll be back in a flash. Braves trail just 2-0 here in the 5th.
Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings?
It's the same thing. It's the same thing. It is not. Yeah, there's an old guy with a beard. There's little halflings that run around with sticks and pretend to be magicians. You got one guy that's got a ring and... Wait, the ring makes them disappear, but the other one's got a blanket. And they run around in the woods, and there's a magical creature that can make them fly.
It's not the...
It's the same thing. How is it not the same thing? Ah!
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
Oh, wow, I'm pretty sure that's going to be a... Yeah, there it is. Another flag on the play.
Multiple flags on the play. Holding. Offense number 97. That penalty was declined. Touchdown. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Offense number 22. Penalty will be applied to the kickoff.
This is going to be one of the strangest calls.
That son of a...
You playing against Dick this week?
Yeah.
Could be worse, man. When I played against him, he ejected all my players.
Black
Armchair.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Green. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win.
The fundamental reason for the popularity of the game is the fact that it is a national safety valve. A young, ambitious, and growing nation needs to let off steam. Baseball serves the same purpose as a revolution in Central America or a thunderstorm on a hot day. A tonic, an exercise, baseball is second only to death as a leveler. So long as it remains our national game, America will abide no monarchy, and anarchy will be too slow.
Welcome back. First pitch from Elder. Bottom of the fifth is outside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Down and away, 2-0. You got to figure Atlanta's going to bring in an outfielder, probably a corner outfielder in all likelihood, the 2-0. Up top for a strike, 2-1. And then the other idea would be, even if you can't find an infielder who's necessarily an upgrade from Arcia, as the 2-1 pitch misses high, 3-1. I'd like to see someone who can play short but bat from the left side at a good clip. The 3-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Pulled the string on the slider, full count. You could platoon Arcia and whoever the guy is you bring in. And then later in the game, if you have a lead, especially in October, Arcia would definitely go in for defensive purposes. The payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Pulled the string on that one. Respect your elders. 1 away. The question would be who would we go after? And we talked about it briefly in game 1, but one of the guys that they talked about going after would be this Donovan that plays. He's playing left field tonight for the Cardinals, but he hits from the left side. He can play all over, corner outfield, infield, and he would be a great addition. But the Cardinals creep back into the playoff picture, so they're no longer on the selling block. Paez 0 for 1. Now a 1-1 count after the 0-1 was in the dirt. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. 1-2. They definitely have the bullpen to go deep. And they've got the starting pitcher, if everyone stays healthy, to go toe-to-toe with just about anybody. The question is going to be, can you put runs on the board? That big hole at the bottom of the lineup, you're just trying to lengthen that lineup, making it a little more difficult for the pitching. The 1-2, down and away, 2-2. When Harris comes back, that's going to lengthen your lineup a little bit. As well as Kelenic has played at leadoff, I would suspect that he's going to stay up there, and you put Harris down around 6th. Maybe 7th or 8th, the 2-2. Chop foul. So a 2-2 count from Elder. Baez, 1 down, 0 for 1 on the day. The pitch in the dirt, sinker misses. Full count. I've been pointing to the All-Star break for a while. That's usually when Anthopoulos makes a move. The payoff pitch, swing. That ball's hammered down the third base line, but fouling out of play. You have your 3-man rotation in October would obviously be Fried, Sale, and Lopez, the 3-2 pitch. High chopper over to short. Luke Williams makes the scoop, flips it to first. Good play by number 65, 2 down. That 4th starter, if need be, that would be the big question. Can Charlie Morton get it back together, or are you going to do more of a bullpen type thing with Morton spelling a part of that? First pitch on the way to Ciani is outside wide for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 in the dirt, 1-1. For the first time, the Braves don't have a glaring need at the bullpen, which is as the 1-1 pitch is squirted through the infield. That's going to get down for a base hit. Ciani takes a wide turn. He'll slam on the brakes. 1 on, 2 out. Assuming health, the Braves bullpen's in pretty good position. And remember, not only do we have Tyler Matzik about to come back, well, not about to come back. He should be back at some point at the end of the year. Ken Giles still has not made an appearance, and he's been pitching phenomenally down there on the farm. First pitch on the way to Mason Wynn is swung on, hit hard on the ground, but right to Riley. 5-3 putout, and that'll end the inning. We'll grab the bats when we come back. Williams in the top of the order.
If anyone sees me in a bathing suit this summer, mind your business. I like to eat.
So is cheesecake a cake or a pie?
It's the cheesecake. It's cheesecake.
Obviously, it's a pie. That's why they call it cheesecake, because it's a pie.
That ain't none of them words in that sentence match none of the other ones.
The funny part is, it's neither a cake or a pie. It's a freaking tart.
It is not a tart.
It is a tart.
Not a tart. Crumbles or crust or something that's created into a bowl, and then the filling goes in the top. But not all cheesecakes are made like that.
I've seen the women you date. You would definitely be an expert on what's
all
crusty.
Cheese.
Well, then what is a freaking hot dog?
A hot dog is a taco.
No, it's no. A hot dog
I
is a
rebuke
sandwich.
that.
That is a sandwich.
There is bread on 3 sides. If you imagine a cube, so 6 total sides. If there's bread on 3 sides, it's a taco.
Ooh, I love
Unless
Philly
the bread is
cheesesteaks.
completely taken apart. If it's 2 pieces of bread, then it's a sandwich.
Okay, hold
Did you
on.
call a Philly cheesesteak a taco?
Hold on, I got
If
okay.
the bread
Wait.
is still together, like a hoagie, where it's got a hinge on it like they do at Subway, those are tacos.
I don't like this. I don't. No.
Okay, so
No.
If I split my hot dog bun all the way down on that backside right there, and then I put the bread on top of the bread, that makes it a sandwich.
Yes.
But if I don't split the bread, the is a taco?
Yes. I don't make the rules, I just make them up as I go along.
Armchair.
There's a lot of wonderful stillness in baseball that I love. Many seconds of stillness. When the pitcher has got the sign, the batter is crouched, the ball players all lean forward with their hands on their knees, and then very shortly the ball is delivered. But in that tiny period when the pitch and the fever of the crowd is tangible, there's a moment of absolute stillness that I treasure.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Luke Williams leads us off. First pitch is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Williams 0 for 1. Mets still lead the Yankees 3-0 in the fifth. The 0-1 right there at the knees, 0-2. The 0-2. Lets her go. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase that slider down around the ankles. 1 away. You see firsthand right there why Luke Williams has been a AAA, AA guy his whole career. He's a good professional player, but he's got huge holes in his swing. First pitch on the way to the leadoff hitter. Jared Kelenic is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Outside wide, 90 miles an hour. 1-1. The 1-1 from Liberatore. Swing, fists it back, foul. 1-2. Kelenic 2 for 2 with 2 singles. Picked off in the first inning. The 2-2 pitch. Liberatore brings it. Swing. Fists it foul down the third base line. Do it again. Such a fast-moving game here in the 1-2 pitch. Outside wide, 2-2. We have yet to do roll call.
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back. Too late.
Roll call! Yeah, roll call!
You're in Braves country.
2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. 2 away. Chase that one off the plate. Good evening to the GOAT, Robert, Charlie, Daniel, Justin, Underwater, Anthony. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies in the dirt. Changeup misses 1-0. AY, Javier, Billy, Alabama, Marguerite, the 1-0. Cutter at the knees, 1-1. Brian, Gary, the 1-1 count. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Good evening, Willis, Grandma King. Mark. I think that's everybody. The 1-2 pitch. Swing, pops it up. High in the sky. Back behind home plate, giving chases Paez, but it'll bend into the crowd, 1-2. And Edward. Good evening, Edward. I had to do a fast scroll because I kept starting to do it on a couple of these innings, and they've moved so fast, I haven't been able to get to it. So I do apologize. These doubleheaders are always kind of bumpy. The 1-2 pitch to Ozzie, curve ball. They're going to call that for a wide strike 3. Ozzie doesn't like it. It was off the plate, but with 2 strikes in game 2 of a doubleheader, Rippinger says, swing the bat! Swing it! We'll be back in a flash.
Talking about one of the greatest pitchers that we just don't talk about enough, Addie Jaw. In his major league debut, he threw a one-hitter, who some believe should have been a no-hitter after a clean catch was ruled a hit. In his rookie season, all he did was win 17 games, have a sub-3 ERA, and lead the league in shutouts. 2 years later, he went 14-10 with a 1.59 ERA. Even more impressive, he didn't allow a home run all season. He won 20 or more games in back-to-back years in 1905 and 1906. In 1907, he won his first 10 starts, threw 2 one-hitters, and had career bests in wins with 27 in innings pitched with 338. Just 1 year later, he reached baseball immortality when he threw the 4th perfect game in baseball history. Even more impressive, he did it with just 74 pitches, the lowest known pitch count ever in a perfect game. In 1910, he became the first pitcher in Major League Baseball history to no-hit the same team twice. Before the start of his next season, his career made a drastic turn. During an exhibition game in Chattanooga, Tennessee, he would collapse on the field. Initial reports thought it may be food poisoning, but his condition quickly worsened. Less than a week later, he was coughing more, which was accompanied by a severe headache. 10 days after his collapse, he would be diagnosed with tuberculosis meningitis. 1 day later, it would spread to his brain, and he passed away at the age of 31. Over his 9-year career, he won 160 games through 234 complete games and had 920 strikeouts. His 1.89 career ERA is the second lowest in baseball history, and his 0.968 career whip is the lowest of all time.
Between 1900 and 1910, country boys and immigrant sons and factory workers and streetwise toughs played on thousands of teams in hundreds of leagues from Maine to California. For the first time, big league scouts began to travel the countryside on the lookout for future stars. Sports writers called them ivory hunters. It would be an era that placed a premium on pitching and speed, in which runs were assembled slowly, one base at a time. It would see one pitcher win 41 games in a single season, and the hardest hitting team hit just 16 home runs.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Bryce Elder goes back to work here in the 6th inning. First pitch on the way. The slider out wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Elder pitched a solid game so far. He did give it the 2 runs, but can't expect him to shut him out. 1-0 chopped off the plate, 1-1. He just hasn't gotten any run support. The Braves had what looked like an opportunity in the 1st inning, but they ran themselves out of it. The 1-1 swung on, chopped foul, down the line, 1-2. Then in the 2nd inning, they got Riley to second base, could not get him in. The 1-2 swung on, chopped foul again, do it again, 1-2. And with all the big guys pitching in the first game, meaning the bullpen, they don't have a lot to choose from, so they're going to try to get as many pitches out of Elder as they can. Time is called by Burleson. Elder's at 83 pitches. You would hope he could get you through the 6th and then build the 7th and 8th. Of course, if St. Louis has the lead, doesn't relinquish the lead, there is no 9th for the bullpen. The 1-2 pitch, swung on, chopped, just foul. Would have been an easy play for Olsen, but the ball just kicked foul this last second. 1-2. The 1-2. Seeing that more and more. So talking about guys with a follow through, hitting catchers. Nimmo just did it in the Yankee game. The 1-2 pitch, swing, pops it up, fouling out of play, 1-2. He was apologetic as well, but you didn't used to see that as much. Guess these guys are just coming out of their shoes, swinging all the way through. And there's more and more catchers that are trying to cheat up. The 1-2 pitch, swing, fouls it away, four-seam fastball. Do it again. Braves 0, Cardinals 2. The 1-2. Elder brings it. Swing. Pops it up. High into center field. Drifting over, making the catch as Kelnick went away. The sun is pretty much gone from the field of play. Still has some sun in the back of the stadium, in the bleachers. Here at Busch Stadium in St. Louis, Missouri. Center to right center field, it still has quite a bit of sun, but other than that, there's just a couple of pockets here and there. Wilson Contreras comes to the dish. First pitch in the dirt, 1-0. The 1-0. Righty, 0 for 2. 2-0. Changeup in the dirt. So the 2-0 count. Man, that's got to be a slap to the face if you're a Yankee fan. You're losing to the Mets the back-to-back nights, and your two pitchers that you're expecting to be two of your big ones in the postseason are getting smoked. The 2-0. Slider right there at the knees. 2-1. Garrett Cole got pounded last night, and Luis Gill's already given up 3, and they got the bullpen up in the 5th versus the Mets. The 2-1 pitch, chopper over to third. Riley's got it, flips it over to first. 5-3 put out, slow chopper with the catcher running, no problem at all. 2 away. 2 down. Atlanta trails just 2-0. We've got 3 more innings to get through this. You want to get to it before Helsley gets available. First pitch on the way. Sinker on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Ah, yes. Grant Holmes is warming up in the bullpen, a.k.a. Kenny Powers. The 0-1. Righty. The pitch on the way. In the dirt. 2-1. You haven't heard the Kenny Powers intro for Grant Holmes. It's a coming. So the 2-1 count. 2-1's in the dirt. Ball 3-1. Country Club member. Goat gives the Country Club membership to Russell Hall. The 3-1 pitch swung on, bangs over to short. It's going to be a 6-3 putout, and that'll get us out of the inning. Maybe that'll change the luck a little bit. We'll be back in a flash. Braves, grab the bats. The heart of the order coming to the plate.
Hate your life and die on the job. Be a man.
Once a year, there comes a chance for a fresh start. An opportunity to change oneself for the better, and that time is now. So I'm gonna go full throttle, and everyone around me is gonna hear about it. My name is Max, and I'm the most annoying person on January 1st. Oh, starting 2023 hungover? You do you. How were the bars at midnight? I wouldn't know, I wasn't even awake. Yes, the new year is about personal resolutions, but it's also about making other people feel bad. If people don't hear about my resolutions nonstop, what's the point? Everyone always said the gym would be packed on January 1st, but I was like the only one there. I guess it was 5 a.m. You know you really shouldn't be drinking that coffee. It's not good for you. Some might argue that making small, consistent changes over the course of the year would be more efficient than going 0 to 100 arbitrarily on January 1st, but I'll get more attention this way.
Hey, do you have the time?
No.
Could you check your phone?
I'm just doing 5 minutes of screen time a day, so everyone's gonna f***ing hate. I'll give it up on all of these by mid-February, but until then, strap in. I'm gonna go write my poem of the day.
I started blasting. Bang! Bang! Well, I don't see so good, so I missed. Then they ran away. I ran after them.
Okay.
Bang! Try to shoot them in the back. But I don't want so good either. Anyway, you guys all think I'm a hero, and I'll accept that responsibility.
I think maybe the biggest appeal of baseball is that it looks so simple, it looks so familiar, and in its outward dimensions, it is still almost exactly the same game that we played when we were kids, that we first saw with our fathers when we sat in the stands. There is a continuity there that is very attractive to us because so many other institutions that we've known have disappeared or fallen into disarray, our families, our cities, our politics. But baseball feels the same. It feels very much the same, and I think this is probably its prime attraction.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. If that was it for Elder through 96 pitches, I would think it is. I mean, you can't ask for anything better. 6 innings, 2 earned runs, 4 hits, no walks, 4 strikeouts. First pitch on the way to Ozuna is 95 inside. It's 1-0. Now the Braves bats got to do their job. Was that Bill Belichick used to always say that? Do your damn job. The 1-0. Roycroft is out of the bullpen now for the Cardinals. The 1-0 swing, and that ball's lifted into left field. Drifting back, making the catch is Donovan on the warning track, one away. Thought he'd gotten a hold of that one, not to get it out. I thought it was going to get down in the left field corner. Usually when he gets those swings like that, he's pulled it much further away from the left fielder. One down. See the question from King about whether or not we could keep Elder up. It's not likely. First pitch on the way is a slider outside. It's 1-0. But you could see him back in the fold in the near future. The 1-0. Righty-lefty to Matt Olson. Up top, 2-0. Oh, he called that a strike? Wow. 1-1. Oof. He is not having a good night, Rippinger. He's not one of our favorite umpires. The 1-1 pitch, swing, slice that foul out of play, 1-1. Olson's 0 for 2 on the night. Fly out a strikeout. Braves have 2 hits, both by Kelnick. The 1-2 to Olson. Caught looking, strike 3. Got to swing the bat, son, 2 away. That was right there on the outer edge, and you just stared at it. 2 down. Dodgers about to blow it open against the White Sox. They're up 1-0, top of the third. Bases loaded, nobody out. Roycroft fires the first pitch on the way to Riley. Sinker at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Outside wide, 1-1. Chris Roycroft, 27-year-old, out of Dundee, Illinois, plays college at Aurora University, so he's basically a local kid. Not that far from St. Louis. The 1-1 pitch, down below the knees. Riley walked in the second inning. He was stranded at second. The 2-1 to the rake. Pitch on the way. Swing. That ball's rattled foul off of Paez's chest protector. Evens up the count, 2-2. Roycroft, a rookie, 14 2/3 innings so far this year. 6'6", 230. The pitch, 95 outside, full count. Got a full count to Riley. Darnold on deck. Duvall in the hole. The payoff pitch. Swing, just got a piece of that. Chops it back behind him. The payoff pitch, brings it. Swing, chaps that down foul down the into the Braves third base dugout. Braves won't be getting a lot of sleep. They're going to fly out tonight, land in Chicago, and then play a day game tomorrow, then fly back into Atlanta for a night game on Friday night, 7:20 first pitch. The payoff pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Riley down on strikes. That'll end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down. We come back. I believe Mr. Kenny Powers is coming in.
Okay, first of all, I didn't miss the red flags. I looked at them and thought, damn, that's sexy. And that's my problem.
Are you an adult?
Yeah.
And it's almost winter?
Yeah.
Introducing Being Kinda Sick.
What's that?
You thought winter would be full of holiday spirit and joy, but instead you're just kinda sick for months straight and can't figure out why.
Am I sick or am I not sick? I don't get it.
Neither. You're kinda sick.
What?
With Being Kinda Sick, you can be slightly congested all the time, have a cough that comes and goes, and randomly have a sore throat for no reason. And don't forget to have your excuse ready.
Dude, are you sick? No, I think it's just the season change. Please get away from me. I don't know what's going on. I'm not fully sick, but I don't really feel good either. I guess my body's finally falling apart.
Try it today.
Hitting is not about muscle. It's simple physics. Calculate the velocity v in relation to the trajectory t, in which g, gravity, of course, remains a constant. It's not complicated.
Now, who are you again?
Assistant to the traveling secretary.
You're the guy who put us in that Ramada in Milwaukee.
You want to talk about hotels? You want to win some ball games?
Hey, we won the World Series.
In 6 games.
This helpful instructional message from the National Association of People Who Have Trouble Walking and Chewing Gum at the Same Time. Step, chew. Step, chew. Step, chew. Step, chew.
Judge Kennesaw Mountain Landis was brought in as an authority figure, someone who looked the part. That's a great granite face, shock of white hair. Looked like Jupiter in a very bad mood.
Born in Millville, Ohio, Landis was named for the Civil War battlefield on which his father had lost his leg. As a judge, he had once sentenced an aging bank robber to 15 years in jail. Your Honor, the man said, I'm 72 years old. I can't serve that long. Landis replied, well, do the best you can.
Welcome back, and Kenny Powers. Grant Holmes comes in.
I play real sports, not trying to be the best at exercising. I'm Kenny Powers! I'm the man who has the ball, so that is why I am better than everyone in the world.
Grant Holmes coming on to face middle of the order for the Cardinals. First pitch on the way is an 84-mile-an-hour curveball at the knees. It's 0-1. Righty, lefty. The 0-1 from Grant Holmes. Kicks and fires. Swing and laces that into left field. It's down for a base hit. Leadoff runner on here for the Cardinals. Bottom of the 7th. Nobody out. Righty, righty. Arenado steps to the plate. First pitch on the way is 95 up top. Misses high. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Comes set. Rips it. 95. Misses high. 2-0. The 2-0 count. Runner at first, nobody out. The pitch. High and inside, ball 3-0. So Holmes off to a rocky start. Pitched well in his debut and after. The 3-0. Swing, pops it up. High down the right field line in foul territory. Laureano runs in, making the running catch. One away. Good play by Laureano. Holmes coming into tonight. 5 innings, 0 ERA, and a .6 whip. 3 strikeouts. Not really known as a strikeout guy. He's a guy that throws down and gets you to rely on his defense. First pitch on the way, 96 out wide. It's 1-0. Gorman, 0 for 2. Righty-lefty matchup. Double play would get you right out of this. The 1-0. 96, top of the zone. 1-1. You may very well see Holmes pitch the 7th and 8th if these are fairly quick innings. And they would leave probably Jesse Chavez for the 9th. If the Braves were to push it that far, the 1-1's down below the knees, 2-1. But Grant Holmes doesn't look as sharp as he has been. The 2-1 pitch. Lets her go. Runner goes. Throw down to second is well wide of the bag. Terrible throw by Darnode. And Donovan not only steals second, but now the error is going to send him down to third with one down. Bad throw, but also a terrible job by Luke Williams. It was a one-hopper most of the time. Major League shortstops are going to stop that ball. The ball, for those listening on radio, the ball was left of the shortstop bag if you're looking from home plate. So he had to backhand it, but not an outrageous play. Infield comes in. The 3-1 swatted back foul, full count. So a full count from Holmes. Runner at third, 1 out. Strikeout or a pop out will get you out of this jam. The payoff pitch. Nowhere near the zone. Ball 4. Gorman will head on down to first. Runners on the corners, 1 out. Paez, the hind catcher, will come to the plate. Infield is back and to the left, hoping for a double play ball. That would get you out of this mess. First pitch on the way. Outside wide, 96. Called for a strike. It's 0-1. Pedro Paez, he didn't love that call. I can't blame him, but just kind of shook his head. He wants those same calls when he's behind the dish. The 0-1. Lets her go. Slider down and away, 1-1. 1-1 count. Pedro Paez, 25-year-old from Venezuela. Played his college ball at Florida Atlantic. Righty-righty matchup. The 1-1. Swing. Slices that foul into the crowd over the first base side, 1-2. He was drafted in the 6th round back in the 2019 draft. 185th pick by the St. Louis Cardinals. The 1-2. Holmes comes set. The pitch. Swing. Fouls it away once again. 1-2. He came up this year for the first time. He's got 25 games in, 60 at bats. Just Pedro Paez. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him. The runner at first ran down to second. He'll have a stolen base, another stolen base on Travis Darnode. But a big out, number 2, because now the defense can play back. The number 9 hitter, Ciani's coming to the plate. You do have to watch for the drop bunt with Ciani. So Riley will be playing in, but the rest of the infield can play back. Righty-lefty matchup. Ciani has dropped some bunts down before. First pitch on the way, sliced towards left field, drifting back, making the catch is Duvall, and that'll end the inning. So they threaten but can't get it across. Good pitching by Holmes. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I play real sports, not trying to be the best at exercising. I'm Teddy Powers! I'm the man who has the ball, so that is why I am better than everyone in the world.
People have asked me if I loved him. To be clear, he and I were not in love. I was just honestly very drunk, and probably in a more general sense at that time in my life, very bored.
Look, you and your mom have a bad history, and neither of you can nurture the other's self-esteem
because you've both been damaged by past criticism and shame.
Are you okay?
I'm working half days, so I watch a lot of Donahue.
Let me tell y'all something. I don't know who needs to hear this, but I should have had kids. You know why? It's 6:30. I'm hungry as hell, and the meat is still frozen. I forgot to take it out the freezer, and I ain't got nobody to be mad at but myself, okay? Now, if I had a kid, I would have had somebody to blame. I can't be wrong. I'm the only woman in this house. I got to put it on somebody. It's either the man or the kid. I ain't got neither one of them, and I'm just out here meatless. And meat just frozen. And so what I'm supposed to eat for dinner now, huh? A nap? I'm just gonna have slumber for supper? Is that what's happening over here now? Just gonna have a deep sleep for dinner, huh? That's what's on the menu today? God, I'm hungry. It ain't nowhere near to being defrosted. Well, I'm just supposed to take chunks of it like it's a popsicle? Ghetto.
Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Andrew Kittredge is going to come on for the 8th inning, trying to bridge it to the 9th for Helsley. Braves trail 2-0. Travis d'Arnaud steps to the plate, 0 for 2, the first pitch, down and away, 1-0. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. Swing and a miss. Sinker over the top, 1-1. d'Arnaud giving up the 2 stolen bases last inning, trying to even it up with maybe a base knock here. The 1-1 pitch, down and away, 2-1. We always know when d'Arnaud's behind the plate, you give up a little defense. He's not one of the better defensive catchers in baseball. Usually makes up with it with a good stick. The 2-1 pitch. Swing. Pops it up. High in the sky. Back behind home plate. And that'll be an easy out. He gave away that at bat for sure. What a way. You had a 2-1 count. He normally does not have that front foot turning towards third base trying to pull it. He popped that one up. So 1 down. That'll bring Adam Duvall to the plate. Batting 168. Laureano on deck batting 173. First pitch to Duvall is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Lets her rip. Right there, fastball taken all the way, 96, 0-2. So an 0-2 count. 8th inning, you could possibly see them pinch hit for Williams. The 0-2 pitch, swung, pops it up, high in the sky. Easy can of corn. Who wants it? Wynn takes it, 2 down. If it gets to Williams, you could possibly see them pinch hitting with Murphy and letting Short go back out there and play defense. First pitch on the way to Laureano's right there at the knees. Sinker, 95. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Righty. Pitch on the way. Swing. That ball's laced towards left center. Going back. That's going to get down where the green grass grows. Ramon Laureano's got something cooking here in the top of the 8th inning. Standing on second with a 2-out double. Your Atlanta Braves brought the tying run to the plate. He got into that one. I'm telling you, he should be hitting above Duvall. I don't understand. And that is exactly what they're going to do. They're going to bring Sean Murphy off the bench to swing for Williams, which means Short will come in. Do you one better if Murphy gets on? You could pinch run Wall for Murphy. Don't think you're going to see Arcia tonight. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way. Slider on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Outside wide. 1-1. So a 1-2 count. Or 1-1 count, excuse me. Pitch on the way. Right there at the knees, 1-2. You got a 1-2 to Murphy. He's yet to swing the bat here. Two of them really there for the picking. The 1-2 pitch. Down below the knees, outside wide. 2-2. Braves nothing. Cardinals 2. Top of the 8th inning. Sean Murphy, at least trying to, if you can just get that run home. A blooper, a bleeder, anything. The 2-2. Swung on. That ball's grounded in over towards third, and that's going to be an infield single. So it's the least likely character to get an infield single, but the Smurf, a very Smurfy hit indeed. He now stands on first with an infield single. Laureano runs on down to third. We've got runners at the corners, 2 outs, and I would think you're going to see Forrest Wall come in and run for Murph. I'm sorry, that Zach Short. Well, that makes a lot of sense, too. Short's going to come in the game anyways. You might as well bring him in. And that's going to be it for Kittredge. We'll see who they bring in. They do have Helsley warming up in the bullpen. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
When I think about you, I touch myself, meaning I rub my temples because you give me a headache.
We don't want a maniac in our group, but there's no benefit to it. I feel like you just agreed with me, but you weren't listening to what I was saying. Yes. Let's move on from it.
What do you think is happening right now?
It doesn't matter.
It's good.
Okay?
This Mr. Nueva York?
Yeah, that's me. What you matter?
Yeah, I'm calling regarding your credit card payment.
Listen, my friend, I'm not paying that.
What do you mean you're not paying?
I'm not paying that free money. How you want me to pay that free money?
That's not free money.
Yeah, you send me the credit card with $3,000 on it. I spend it already. How you want me to pay you that money I already spending? Stupid.
You have to pay. Have you paid last month?
I not pay last month. I not pay the month before that. I'm not paying.
Listen, we're gonna have to do something about this.
You can do whatever you want. I don't care. Listen, can you give me your house phone number so I can call you in your house?
I'm sorry.
Oh, ahí no te gusta. So why you calling me in my house to bother me? My friend, is that your money? Is it going to your pocket?
Listen. We have to make this happen right now.
I don't care. Do whatever you want.
Armchair.
The umpire just stood up and said goodbye. As I am saying goodbye, I have said enough for a lifetime. And for the last time, I wish you all a very pleasant good afternoon.
A travesty, really. But it came out that Arnie Rothstein and the rest of them were crooked gamblers and were able to persuade the boys to throw the games, even though some of them, I guess, never got a dime. And they weren't crooks. They weren't farm boys who didn't know anything about finance or anything else.
Baseball is something more than a game to an American boy. It is his training field for life work. Destroy his faith in its squareness and honesty, and you have destroyed something more. You have planted suspicion of all.
Jojo Romero will be the pitcher. Left-hander. Comes in to face Kelnick. First pitch on the way. 83-mile-an-hour slider right there for a strike. Runners at the corners, 2 outs. Kelnick, 2 for 3 on the night. Tough lefty matchup. The 0-1 in the dirt. Good block. 1-1. Good wheels at first was short. If a pitch were to get away, you would think Laureano would have a decent chance of scoring. Ozzie Albies stands on deck. The 1-1. Rips and fires. Swing, and that ball's hit hard up the middle. That's going to get down where the green grass grows. 1 run will score, and Zach Short goes first to third. Your Atlanta Braves are on the board for the first time in the game. It's 2-1. Tying run now 90 feet away. Hard hit ball. Jarrett Kelnick, man, have yourself a doubleheader, right? He had 3 hits in the first game with a home run. Now he's got 3 hits in the second game. Ozzie Albies from the right side, first pitch on the way. Takes a swing at the first pitch he sees. 4-seam fastball, slices it foul. It's 0-1. The 0-1. A lot of different ways to score to tie this game now. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt. It is blocked by Paez, but a wild pitch would get it done too. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. J.J. Romero, if he sounds familiar, he should. He played for the Phillies from 20 to 2022. The 1-1 pitch swung on, chopped over to third. Arenado's got it, fires it over to first, and he just gets him on the tag, and that'll end the inning. I would love to see if the runner crossed the plate. Well, we'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I like coffee and maybe 3 people.
Hey, Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Oh, yeah, I know Bill Brasky. Sure, he's the father of every one of my children. He's a son of a...
To Bill Brasky!
Bill Brasky! Yeah!
I am not going to give up that easy. I'm going to make this way harder than it needs to be.
From now on, no more easygoing, devil-may-care, everybody's best friend dad. I'm cracking down, and I'm cracking down hard. Starting right now, fun time is over.
So where was I for fun time? His livelihood was taken away after the 1920 season, and with it, really, his life. He lived another 30 years, but not very happily.
Joe Jackson played outlaw baseball in South Georgia for a time, then ran a liquor store in Greenville, South Carolina. Ty Cobb once came in for a fifth of bourbon. Jackson did not seem to recognize his old rival. Cobb finally asked, "Don't you know me, Joe?" "Sure, I know you, Ty," Jackson answered. "I just didn't think anyone I used to know up there wanted to recognize me again."
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Mark says he feels for Ozzie. He's been struggling this series. He's been struggling for a month. Grant Holmes goes back to work. The first pitch is swung on and popped up into center field. Making the catch is Kelnick. One away. Listen to the numbers for Ozzie Albies the past month. 235 average. An OPS of just under 700. He has 3 home runs, but that's nothing to write home about in a month's time. This past week, he's batting .179. Burleson, left-handed bat, 12 home runs, comes to the plate. He misses the pitch up top. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Burleson, 1 for 3 with a 2-run double. He is the lead. The 1-0. Up top. Might have missed a touch high, but evens up the count 1-1. Burleson's got something to say to home plate umpire Mark Rippinger. The 1-1 from Holmes. Kicks and rips. Swing. That ball's chopped. Foul off. I believe they hit his foot towards the first base side. Burleson's hobbling around. So he either got the front of his foot or he landed funny. They're going to give him a chance to walk it off for a second. The 1-2. Righty lefty. Pitch on the way. Swing. That ball scalded into the right field corner. That is down for a base hit. Burleson does not run well. He'll be making it to second anyways. Laureano fires a perfect bullet from the right field corner. Almost catches Burleson. But a runner on second, 1 out. Watching Burleson's pretty comical running around the bags. For an outfielder, he runs like a guy in a church league softball league. He's just slow and unathletic. Does not look like a major league outfielder. He makes it work somehow. Runner at first, or runner at second, excuse me. 1 out. They will pinch run Burleson for Carlson. First pitch on the way is 96. Right there on the outer edge, it's 1-0. I'd love to see a foot race between Ozuna and Burleson. Or even better, what did they call that? A shuttle run? They had to go back and forth. The 0-1 to Contreras. Outside wide, 1-1. The 1-1 count. For the year, I mean, honestly, Ozzie just isn't hitting well at all. If you look at it, the big picture, his OPS is barely over 700. It's at 708 going into tonight. His 1-1 pitch is down and away, 1-2. It's gone down to 706 after tonight's action. But he's only got, 6 home runs? 38 RBI? The 2-1 pitch. Swing. That ball's rattled foul. I think it might have got a piece of the home plate umpire. Darno's checking on him. 2-2. His RBI total isn't atrocious, but it's not where you would expect. I mean, he's just not having a good year. The 2-2. Holmes brings it. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him. The slider 2 away. Good pitch. That'll bring Goldschmidt to the plate. Try to turn back time before we run out of time here. On this date, 1921, throwing a scoreless inning against the Yankees, 23-year-old southpaw Nemo Gaines makes his major league debut. First pitch on the way to Goldschmidt is swung on. That ball is belted into the corner, and that's going to be a run. It's 3-1 St. Louis. Here comes the throw to second base. They're going to keep Goldschmidt at bay. That's the only silver lining at that, but Goldschmidt has himself an RBI single. The ball shot out of the corner. Well played by Duvall. That pitch just got way too much of the plate and scooted down the line. If they're guarding the line a little more, it's going to be right into the glove of Riley, but they were playing it pretty even across the board. First pitch on the way. Runner goes. The ball down and in. Another stolen base on Travis d'Arnaud. 3 stolen bases on d'Arnaud. They did get the strike. It's 0-1. That throw was nowhere near it. And though Goldschmidt has a handful of steals, he's not really a stolen base threat. They're just running on d'Arnaud. The 0-1 up top misses, 1-1. Back to that turn back time. Nemo Gaines makes his major league debut in 1921, becoming the first Naval Academy graduate. As the 1-1 pounded off his instep 1-2. To appear in a big league contest. It'll take 94 seasons later when Mitch Harris, another Annapolis alum, will appear in 26 games for the Cardinals in his brief one-year career. The 1-2. Kicks and fires. Curveball down and in. Misses. So a 2-2 count. Braves trail 3-1. The 2-2 way outside wide. Ball 3-2. This will be the 35th pitch by Grant Holmes. The payoff pitch from Grant Holmes brings it. Swinging, that ball's chopped off of the side of the bat into the hole. Duvall's going to throw it to the home plate, but about 5 bounces later, it's 4-1 St. Louis. He chopped it against the defense. Not a hard hit ball at all, but hit them where they ain't. And Donovan has himself another hit. Good piece of hitting by Donovan. Saw the big gap over there on the left side of the infield. Short was playing basically behind second base bag almost. And Riley had no chance of getting to that one. So 4-1 your score. Holmes turns around and fires it over to first. Another stolen base comes home to score. Righty Arenado, the batter, swinging a miss up top. It's 0-1. On this date, 1938, Carl Hubble goes the distance, beating Chicago 5-1 at the Polo Grounds to not just 200th victory. The future Hall of Fame southpaw will play a 16-year career entirely with the Giants, 253 wins. Is the 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, it's 0-2. In an ERA of 2.98 lifetime. The 0-2 from Holmes. Down and away, 1-2. And on this date in 1963, the Colt 45 snapped their 30 innings streak without scoring a run, with Al Spangler goes deep in the 6th inning of a 7-2 win over Milwaukee. The 1-2 pitch swung on, hit hard on the ground, deep into the hole to Zach Short. Short fires it across the diamond, and it's a 6-3 putout, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Braves cough up a couple runs. Defense has not been there tonight. We'll be back in a flash.
Just a reminder that it costs $0 to be nice. How much, what is it to be an I can Venmo you. That's not the point. It's free, isn't it? You're so stupid.
Do you know why I pulled you over? Because I was at the stop sign for too long? Why was you just sitting there? I was just waiting for it to turn green. Where you headed? I'm headed home. Okay, where you live? With my parents. Okay, and where do your parents live? They live with me. Okay, so where's your house? It's next to my neighbor's house. Step out the car, please. I'm going to jail.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
And what do we say when somebody says, hey, let's be friends? Ha! Okay, but just so you know, I'm freaking weird. I'm weird all day, every day, whether I like it or not. Okay, I wouldn't start with that.
The day after the Black Sox were acquitted, Judge Landis barred all 8 players for life. None of them ever played Major League Baseball again. Judge Landis and the club owners had done their best to reassure the public that the game's honesty had been restored, but fans remained skeptical. Something or someone else was needed to revive their shattered faith.
But I tell you what, here comes a guy with big, broad shoulders and skinny legs, and he could hit that ball out of the ballpark. See, a lot of people had stopped going to baseball, and here comes Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth started hitting that ball out the ballpark and then brought him back.
Thank you for listening, liking, and subscribing to Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Ryan Helsley will come on. The Braves put a scare into him last time. See if they can do it to him this time. Heart of the order due up. Marcell Ozuna leads us off. First pitch, 97, touch out of the zone, but called for a high strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Righty. Helsley comes set. Pitch on the way. Swing. Slaps it foul and out of play. 98 up top. It's 0-2. Ozuna, Olsen, and Riley due up. If anybody gets going, it'll be Darnode and then Duvall. On the bench, if need be, we still have Forrest Wall to pinch it. In theory, you have Orlando Arcia, but A, he's slow and he can't hit, and B, he's supposedly not available. The 0-2 pitch, outside wide, 1-2. As bad as some of our bats are at the bottom of the order, I can't imagine you'd have him pinch hit for anybody. The 1-2. Ozuna gets set. The pitch, swing, and that ball is going to get laced over to short. Soft line drive, 1 away. Bad double header for Marcell Ozuna. Mercy. I think that'll make him 0 for 8. He's now batting just 305. I want to say he was 314 coming into today. Might be off by a point or two. Matt Olson steps in. First pitch up top, 100 miles an hour, misses out of the zone. Same place he called the strike for Ozuna, 1-0. The 1-0 to Olson. He's had a bad doubleheader as well. Pitch on the way, high and out of the zone, 2-0. Dodgers lead the White Sox 4-0 in the 6th. You got some late night action that's going to be going on here. Arizona, Minnesota about to get started. And the Cubs and Giants are going to get going here in a little bit. The 2-0. Swing, chops it foul. 2-1. Do think I'm going to try to take a peek at that Giants game. I want to see what this kid's all about. They're supposed to be pretty good. The prospect that's making his major league debut tonight against Chicago. The 2-1 pitch. Kicks and fires. High and out of the zone. Ball 3, 3-1. So a 3-1 count. Pitch on the way. drips a slider in there about belt high, 3-2. That is one, if you're not trailing by 3, Olson probably hammers it into the seats. He's just trying to get on. The payoff pitch, high and out of the zone, ball 4. So a good at bat by Matt Olson. He understood the assignment. He walks his way down to first. We've got 1 on, 1 out. Austin Riley coming to the plate. That'll put the tying run on deck. Travis d'Arnaud. Wouldn't that be something for Travis d'Arnaud to hit a 3-run shot to tie the game after giving up all those stolen bases? First pitch on the way is a 4-seam fastball. High and out of the zone, it's 1-0. The 1-0. Righty, pitch on the way, swing, and that ball's laced into center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Matt Olson goes from first to second. The tying run will come to the plate. Tying run comes to the plate.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Yeah! Baez goes out there and talks to Helsley. Helsley has a quick talk with him. Asks him if maybe he should whine about the tomahawk chop again. Maybe that'll get him out of this mess. Travis d'Arnaud comes to the plate. Righty matchup. You know they're going to try to get a double play ball with d'Arnaud's speed. First pitch on the way is a slider at the knees. That's exactly what they were aiming for. It's 0-1. d'Arnaud's got to try to lift the ball, make sure he gets underneath it. The 0-1, 98 down below the knees, 1-1. Man, that was a close pitch. But even though that was a ball, that might be his most impressive pitch he's thrown tonight. That was nasty. Just a dart at the knees. The 1-1. Lets her rip. Swing and a miss. Slider, 1-2. You got a 1-2 count. Duvall stands on deck. Laureano in the hole. 1 out. Top of the 9th inning. Braves trail 4-1. The 1-2. Swung on, chopped over towards third, and it's going to be a 5-4-3. d'Arnaud beat it out. I did not see that coming. Wow. Where did that speed come from? If he wasn't flying, I'm lying. Wow. It was the 2-hopper. Arenado. And d'Arnaud, long legs, just gets it there. I mean, just gets it. There was a 1-hopper into the glove of the first baseman Goldschmidt, and that might have been the difference. So, still alive here. Runners at the corners, 2 outs. Duvall, the tying run, first pitch, floats a slider up there for a strike. It's 0-1. d'Arnaud will head on up to second. That'll probably be defensive indifference. I doubt they give him a stolen base on that. His run doesn't realistically matter, but he does keep you out of the force. The 0-1. Right there, another slider, 0-2. So an 0-2 to Duvall. He is 0 for 3. 2 strikeouts and a pop out to the shortstop. He's going to take a timeout. Helsley steps off the mound while he does that. He does have a home run against Helsley in his career. In fact, he's 2 for 2. But I think that might have been old Duvall, excuse me. The 0-2 to Duvall. Pitch on the way. Swung on. Just got a piece of that slider. Do it again, 0-2. You're pretty much looking to see, does he come with that slider or does he pull that 98 dart out of his pocket? You got to be sitting on the dart because you can't react to it, so you're playing off of that. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt, slider misses, 1-2. Duvall just trying to find any way to keep it going. Laureano's been swinging a pretty hot bat, stands on deck. Zach Short is in the hole. We know he'll fight for an at-bat. The 1-2 from Helsley. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase that slider well out of the zone, and that'll end the game. Helsley had to battle again. He sure didn't go out there and dominate like he dominates most. He has a hard time with the Braves, but he did get the save, and that'll end the game. That'll end the inning. Braves lose a tough one, 4-1. We do split the doubleheader. We head to Chicago next. After a long day, we got a quick turnaround. We're in Chicago, Illinois tomorrow. First pitch, 4:10 Eastern, and we'll bring you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves right here on Braves Country Radio. Y'all have a great night, Braves Country. I am tired. Have a good one.